It is the year 1980. You open your eyes slowly, and the world around you feels different from the one you know. There is no soft glow of a phone screen beside you. No vibrations, no buzzing notifications, no endless stream of information waiting to drag your mind into chaos. Instead, there is silence. A kind of silence that almost hums, as if the walls themselves are breathing with you. On the wooden nightstand next to your bed sits your alarm clock. It looks heavier, more solid, almost like a small brick with buttons. If it's digital, the red numbers glow faintly in the dim half-light, casting a soft reflection on the wood surface. If it's an older model, two shiny silver bells rest at the top, their metallic ring still echoing faintly in your ears, sharp and unavoidable. There is no snooze function here, no sliding gesture to delay reality. The alarm rings, then it stops. What remains is the steady, patient sound of ticking. Tick, tick, tick. Each second feels slower than the frantic rhythm of your modern life. You sit up. The room greets you not with a flood of notifications, but with the muted smell of dust, cotton sheets, and wood polish. The curtains are heavy and patterned, their colors faded into shades of beige and orange. Outside, the sky is pale gray, the light of morning filtered through a world untouched by glowing blue screens. You blink, adjusting to the calm. For once, your mind is not filled with headlines and messages before your feet even touch the floor. You are simply here, in 1980, at the start of a new day. You walk toward the kitchen. The floor creaks under your weight. The kitchen itself is smaller than you expect, a space of square tiles, wood cabinets, and the faint hum of a refrigerator. On the table, waiting for you, is the morning newspaper. It is thick, folded into sections, its surface slightly rough, and its smell unmistakably of ink and paper. You unfold it carefully, and the pages are wide, so wide you have to spread your arms to hold them. This is the news. No live updates. No scrolling feeds. What you read has already happened yesterday, perhaps even 2 days ago. By the time it reaches your hands, the world has already moved forward, but you wouldn't know. The words are locked in black and white. Headlines march across the page in neat columns. Advertisements sit in the margins, bold fonts promising deals on microwaves, cassette players, or new cars with square headlights. You pour cereal into a porcelain bowl. The pieces rattle as they fall, echoing in the quiet kitchen. Then, from a glass bottle of milk, you peel off a cardboard cap. The pop is soft, satisfying. The milk is cool, heavy in your hand, and it pours into the bowl with a slow, white stream. There is no plastic jug, no screw cap. Glass is heavy, solid, real. You lift the spoon, taste the mixture of sweet cereal and milk, and it feels simple. There is no video playing in the background, no phone in your hand. The entertainment is the rustle of newspaper pages and the distant sound of a radio turning on in the living room. The radio is your soundtrack. You turn a plastic knob, and at first there is only static, soft and crackling like rain. Then, as you twist carefully, a voice fades in. A morning host, cheerful but calm, speaking as if to a room of friends. He talks about the weather, partly cloudy today, with a chance of rain in the evening. The information is vague, uncertain, but you take it as fact. Then the music begins. It might be a disco track, still echoing from the late 70s, or a sharp new wave song making its way up the charts. You don't choose. You don't skip. You don't repeat. You simply listen. The songs arrive as they are given to you, chosen by someone else, played for everyone at the same time. It is a shared soundtrack, not a personal one. You sip coffee, slightly bitter, slightly watery. The mug is heavy in your hand, ceramic with a small chip along the rim. The music drifts through the room, filling the silence with sound that feels warmer, slower, less demanding than the playlists you are used to. It is time to get ready. You check the sky instead of a forecast. The air smells damp. Maybe it will rain. You fold an umbrella under your arm just in case. Your clothes are different too. There are no endless digital catalogs, no fast shipping. What you wear today was bought weeks ago at a local shop. The colors are bold stripes of orange, brown, and yellow. The fabrics are heavier, less stretchy. You wear what you have, and you wear it often. You look around before leaving. The kitchen is quiet. No screens glow. No notifications call for your attention. The refrigerator hums steadily. The radio still murmurs in the background. And outside, the world is waiting. You open the door. The air greets you cool and still. A bird calls in the distance. Cars hum faintly on the road. The gravel crunches softly beneath your shoes. The day begins, not with urgency, but with patience. Each moment feels heavier, slower, and strangely peaceful. And as you step forward, you realize this is what it means to wake up in 1980. The morning has passed, and now you step outside into the rhythm of an ordinary day in 1980. The streets feel different. There is movement, but not the hurried blur you are used to. People walk with bags of groceries in their hands, or wait quietly at bus stops, glancing at watches strapped to their wrists. No one is bent over a glowing screen. No one is distracted by digital notifications. The pace is steady, almost patient, as if the whole world agrees to move in unison. Your commute is slower, but it is also simpler. If you are driving, you unfold a paper map, its creases worn and soft from use. The streets are lines, the names small and printed in ink. You trace your path with your finger, memorizing the turns before you start the engine. There is no voice to guide you, no blue line on a screen. You rely on memory, on landmarks, on asking strangers for directions if you lose your way. If you are on a bus or a train, you drop a token into a slot, feel the clink of metal, and step aboard. The seats are covered in patterned fabric, a little faded, a little rough. People read paperback books, some carry briefcases, some simply stare out of the window at rows of brick houses, at passing cars, at trees swaying in the wind. The office greets you with a sound you may not recognize anymore. The click and clatter of typewriters echo across the room. Keys strike paper with force, creating a rhythm that never stops. Each mistake must be corrected with whiteout fluid or by starting again on a new sheet. Desks are cluttered with stacks of paper, folders, pens, and rotary phones. If you need to send a message, you do not type an email. You write a memo, carefully, on a sheet of paper. You hand it to a secretary, who places it into an internal mailbox, or carries it to another desk. A response may come hours later or the next day. There is no instant communication. The silence between conversations is longer, heavier. Meetings happen in person, around real tables, with pens scratching on notepads instead of keyboards clicking. When you need information, you do not open a browser. You leave the office and walk to a library. The air inside is cool and quiet, carrying the scent of old paper and polished wood. Rows of tall shelves rise around you, filled with books in faded jackets. To find what you need, you pull open a drawer of index cards. Each card is typed neatly, labeled with numbers and letters. You trace your finger down the cards until you find the right reference. Then you walk again, hunting for the book in silence. Pages turn slowly beneath your fingertips. If you want to copy something, you take notes with a pen. The process takes time, but time is all there is. Lunch is simple. Perhaps you packed a sandwich, wrapped in foil, tucked into a lunchbox. Or perhaps you walk to a diner nearby, where a chalkboard lists the specials of the day. You wait in line patiently. There is no app to order ahead. The clinking of cutlery, the hum of voices, the smell of frying oil and brewed coffee fill the room. You sit at a booth with a colleague, or perhaps alone. If you are alone, there is no phone to scroll, no social feed to check. You simply eat, slowly, tasting each bite. You may glance at the newspaper again, or watch strangers pass by the window. Time stretches. The meal feels longer, heavier, quieter than what you are used to. When the afternoon continues, the day moves on at the same deliberate pace. Work is steady, filled with paper, phone calls, and typewritten words. The hours pass, not with alerts and pings, but with the rhythm of human voices, the ringing of a landline, the steady hum of machines. By the time you gather your things, the day has unfolded without rush. You are tired, but not overwhelmed. The world outside is still moving, but it moves at the speed of people, not at the speed of the internet. And as you step out of the office, you realize something. In 1980, every action, every moment, every task took longer. But because it took longer, it also demanded your attention. The day was slower, quieter, perhaps more boring. But, in its own way, it felt complete. The sun has begun to fade. The light outside your window is no longer bright, but tinted with a soft orange glow, stretching long shadows across the pavement. You step back into your home after a long day, and the evening unfolds in a rhythm you may find both unfamiliar and strangely soothing. There are no glowing screens to demand your attention, no constant alerts to drag you into conversations you never planned to have. Instead, the evening belongs to you, slow, predictable, and quiet. The television waits in the living room. It is large, but not sleek. It is a heavy box with wood paneling, knobs to twist, and a screen that flickers when it turns on. You press the power button, and for a moment the display shrinks into a single bright dot, before it warms up and expands into moving pictures. There are only a handful of channels, maybe 5, maybe fewer, depending on where you live. Each has its own schedule. If your favorite show begins at 8 o'clock, you must be there at 8 o'clock. If you miss it, there is no replay, no streaming, no video on demand. The program simply passes by, like a train you failed to board. Commercials interrupt every few minutes, cheerful voices advertising soap, cars, or cereal. You cannot skip them. They simply arrive, and you watch, or you wait, or you let your thoughts wander until the show returns. If television doesn't appeal to you, there are other options. Music, for example, comes in the form of vinyl records stacked in their colorful cardboard sleeves, or cassette tapes lined neatly on a shelf. To play them, you open a player, insert the tape, and press down a button that clicks with resistance. The music begins, but if you want to hear a song again, you must rewind. The tape whirs, spinning backward with a faint mechanical buzz. Sometimes you rewind too far and must fast forward again, clicking, stopping, adjusting, until you find the exact place you want. It takes patience. It takes time. Each song is physical, locked onto a strip of tape or a vinyl groove. There is no instant shuffle, no infinite playlist, and because of that, you listen to the album as it was meant to be, heard song after song, in the order chosen by the artist. For entertainment outside the home, perhaps you walk to the local arcade. The room is alive, with neon lights and the hum of machines. Pac-Man chomps across the screen. Space invaders descend in endless rows. Each game begins with the drop of a coin, the clink of metal into a slot. Every round is short, every mistake costly, because your supply of coins is limited. You don't play for hours on end without consequence. You play until your quarters run out, and then you stop. If you meet friends, the process is different. You don't send a text to confirm. Instead, you call their house phone earlier in the day. A family member may answer and pass the message along. If you make plans to meet at the cinema at 7, you arrive at 7. If your friend is late, you wait. You don't know if they are on the way, or if they forgot, or if something came up. You stand outside beneath the glowing marquee lights, scanning the street, patient, uncertain. Eventually they arrive or they don't. Either way, the moment passes slowly, quietly, and you remain still, without distraction. As the evening turns into night, you return home. There is no glowing phone screen to pull you into endless scrolling. There is no internet to keep you awake long past midnight. Instead, you may pick up a thick paperback novel, its pages soft and slightly yellowed. You read slowly, the lamp beside your bed casting a warm pool of light. The words do not move quickly. They wait for you, page by page, in silence. Or perhaps you turn on the radio, the voices of late-night hosts drifting through static. They talk about the weather, play slow songs, tell stories meant to keep lonely drivers company on quiet highways. The room grows darker. The house is silent, except for the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen and the steady ticking of the alarm clock on your nightstand. You lie back, the book closed, the radio fading into the background. There is no screen to refresh, no video to autoplay, no glowing feed to keep you awake. There is only the rhythm of your breath, the stillness of the night, and the slow passage of time. And as your eyes close, you might wonder, in a world without the internet, without the constant noise of connection, without the urgency of notifications, would you sleep more easily? With a morning in 1980 does not begin with a glowing touchscreen or a wireless device waiting for you on the nightstand. Technology is here, yes, but it looks and feels entirely different. It is bulkier, heavier, slower. Each object demands your patience, your attention, your physical effort. Nothing happens instantly. Nothing arrives with a swipe. Imagine your phone. Except, of course, there is no phone in your pocket. Instead, in the hallway, mounted on the wall, is a rotary telephone. Its body is thick, its receiver attached by a spiraled cord that stretches but never quite far enough. To make a call, you place your finger in one of the circular holes of the dial. You pull it around in a slow arc until it clicks. Then you let it spin back, ticking softly as it returns to its place. Each number requires this small ritual. Each call requires patience. If you make a mistake, you start again. There is no quick correction, no backspace, no delete button. When the call connects, the voice on the other end is all you have. There are no text messages, no emojis, no photographs sent instantly across the world. You hear words, tone, silence, and you respond. If the person is not home, someone else might answer, perhaps a parent, a sibling, a roommate, or perhaps no one answers at all, and the line simply rings. You hang up and try again later. Plans are made in advance, written on paper, spoken clearly, remembered without digital reminders. Television is the centerpiece of the living room. The set is not slim, not flat. It is a large box, heavy enough to require 2 people to move. The screen is smaller than you remember, framed in thick borders of plastic or imitation wood. To change the channel, you twist a knob or press a button that clunks into place. There are no endless options. No streaming libraries, just a few channels, each with a strict schedule. Programs air when they air, and if you miss them, they are gone. When you do watch, the picture is imperfect. Sometimes the image flickers. Sometimes static crawls across the screen. If the signal is weak, you rise from your seat and adjust the antenna. Thin metal rods that extend upward like insect legs. You turn them carefully, one angle, then another, until the image sharpens. It is an imperfect ritual, but it is normal. Music lives on shelves. Vinyl records are large, square, colorful, each cover decorated with bold artwork. You slide the record out carefully, place it on the turntable, and lower the needle with precision. The record spins, and the music begins. If the needle scratches, you hear it. If dust has gathered, the sound crackles softly, like firewood burning. The music is not infinite. It plays from beginning to end. If you want to hear the same song again, you lift the needle, return it to the groove, and listen once more. Cassettes are smaller, portable, easier to carry. You insert one into a player, press a button that clicks loudly, and the tape begins to roll. When it ends, you flip it over. If you want to rewind, you press another button, and the tape spins back, the sound worry through the machine. Sometimes you rewind too far, sometimes not far enough. There is no shuffle, no instant replay. You learn to be patient with the machine, to wait for it, to move in rhythm with it. At work, computers are not yet everywhere. Most offices still rely on typewriters, fax machines, and photocopiers. The typewriter is a machine that demands commitment. Each key strikes with force, imprinting letters directly onto the paper. Mistakes must be covered with whiteout or corrected with carbon copies. There is no undo, there is no autocorrect. Every sentence requires focus. Every page carries weight. If you are lucky enough to see a computer, it looks very different from what you know. The screen is small. The text is green or orange against black. There are no graphics, no colors, no icons to click. Just words, commands, and blinking cursors. Information is saved on floppy disks, thin squares of plastic that feel fragile in your hand. Each disk holds only a small amount of data, tiny, compared to the files you carry in your pocket today. Entertainment, communication, work, everything is slower, heavier, and more deliberate. Technology exists, but it does not consume you. It does not follow you everywhere. It does not watch you, track you, or listen for your voice. It simply waits in its place, silent, until you decide to use it. And so, as you sit in your living room, the television humming softly in the background, the cassette tape clicking as it reaches the end of a side, the phone resting on the wall in the hallway, you realize something. Life in the 1980s is filled with technology, but it does not dominate your attention. It waits for you, instead of the other way around. Could you last a week, or only a day, before longing for the digital world again? The question lingers as you drift into the silence of 1980. In 1980, social life does not exist inside a glowing screen. It exists outside, in the streets, in living rooms, in small, crowded shopping malls. If you want to speak to someone, you must be present with them, or at least reach for the telephone. There is no instant message, no quick emoji, no group chat waiting at your fingertips. Friendship, connection, even boredom, all of it happens face to face. Imagine you want to see a friend. You walk to the hallway where the family telephone hangs on the wall. It is beige, or perhaps avocado green. Its receiver heavy, its cord curled and twisted. You dial their number slowly, one circle at a time. The sound of the dial returning to place fills the silence between digits. When the line rings, you wait. If they answer, you speak directly. If they are not home, maybe their mother picks up, or a sibling, or no one at all. In that case, you hang up and try again later. There is no voicemail, no notification. You must rely on patience and timing. Plans are made carefully. If you agree to meet someone at 7 o'clock in front of the movie theater, you arrive at 7. There is no way to send a quick message if you are late. If the bus is delayed, your friend waits outside, watching cars pass, unsure if you are coming. If they decide to leave, you might never know until the next day. This uncertainty shapes every meeting. You learn to be punctual. You learn to be patient. When you do meet, the experience is slower, but perhaps deeper. Conversations stretch across hours. You sit together in a cafe, sipping coffee or soda, the table sticky beneath your hands. The jukebox in the corner plays songs chosen by coins. The music is shared, not private. You do not glance down at your phone while your friend speaks. You look at them, you listen. The rhythm of the conversation has no interruptions from notifications or alerts. It flows, sometimes slowly, sometimes with pauses, but it remains steady. At home, social life is often centered around gatherings. Families sit together in the living room, watching a program on television at the same time, sharing the same reactions, the same laughter. Board games are brought out from boxes, their pieces slightly worn, their instructions folded neatly inside. Monopoly, Scrabble, Clue. Each game unfolds across hours, with arguments over rules, with laughter at mistakes, with silence as players think about their next move. There is no online matchmaking, no faceless opponents across the world. The people you play with are right there, across the table. For teenagers, social life often means the mall. Bright lights, rows of shops, the smell of popcorn and pretzels in the air. Groups of friends wander aimlessly, stopping to look at cassette tapes, trying on jackets, flipping through racks of vinyl records. There is no online store, no algorithm suggesting what to buy. You discover things by accident, by curiosity, by browsing with your hands. Hours pass in this slow rhythm, walking, looking, laughing, talking. The mall becomes less about shopping and more about simply being together. Dating is different too. There are no dating apps, no instant swipes, no digital profiles. Meeting someone often happens by chance, through friends, at school, at work, at a party. If you like someone, you must approach them directly, start a conversation, and risk the silence if they are not interested. If you want to ask them out, you call their house phone, and perhaps a parent answers first. Every step requires courage, patience, and presence. And yet, in the absence of constant digital noise, there is a certain intimacy. Every word carries weight. Every meeting requires intention. Friendships and relationships grow slowly, built on time, on presence, on patience. There is no illusion of being connected to hundreds of people at once. There are only the few you truly see, the few you truly know. As night falls, you may gather with friends in someone's basement. The carpet is thick. The air faintly smells of dust and soda. Someone puts a record on. The music fills the room. You sit in a circle, talking, laughing, sometimes saying nothing at all. The night stretches out, unhurried. There is nowhere else to be. No other conversation pulling your attention away. The moment is simple. The company is enough. And as you sit there, in the warm light of a lamp, the record spinning, the voices soft around you, you realize that in 1980, social life is not instant, not infinite, not digital. It is slower, sometimes inconvenient, sometimes uncertain. But it is also closer, heavier, and perhaps, in its quiet way, more real. Evenings, in the 1980s, unfold in a rhythm that feels both familiar and unfamiliar. Leisure is not endless streaming, not an infinite scroll of digital images. It is slower, more deliberate, often shared. The way people spend their free time shapes the culture of the decade. And as you step into this world, you begin to notice just how different it feels. After work or school, one of the simplest pleasures is watching television. The set is heavy, with a curved glass screen and a frame of imitation wood. The picture is not perfect. Sometimes the signal is fuzzy, and faint static dances across the surface. To fix it, you stand up, walk over, and adjust the antenna until the image sharpens. You return to your seat, careful not to bump the set, because even the smallest vibration might bring back the flicker. The programs themselves follow strict schedules. A family sitcom might air on Tuesday at 8 o'clock. A crime drama might appear every Thursday night. There is no option to pause, no way to replay. If you miss it, you wait for a rerun, weeks or even months later. Commercials break the flow every few minutes. Their cheerful jingles, advertising detergent, fast food, or a new brand of soft drink, you cannot skip them. They arrive, they play, and you watch, or simply wait in silence until the show returns. Movies are another form of leisure. If you want to see the latest release, you must go to the theater. Tickets are purchased at a counter, torn carefully in half by an usher, and you walk into a room filled with the smell of popcorn and the soft red glow of exit signs. The seats are cushioned but squeak when you move. The screen is large, but the sound is not perfect. You watch the film from start to finish, surrounded by strangers. Each moment shared in collective silence, interrupted only by laughter or gasps. The experience is slower, heavier, more intentional than pressing play on a device at home. Music defines much of the culture of the 1980s. On the radio, you hear new voices, new styles, disco fading, rock still strong, and a new wave of electronic sounds arriving with synthesizers. If you want to own the music, you buy it. A cassette tape, wrapped in clear plastic, with cover art folded neatly inside. A vinyl record, large and square, its artwork bold and colorful. At home, you play the cassette in a stereo or slip the record onto a turntable. You listen to the songs in the order they were recorded, one after another, because skipping is inconvenient. And so albums become experiences, stories told across tracks. For younger people, leisure often means arcades. Bright neon lights glow in dark rooms filled with machines. The sound is constant, coins dropping, buttons clicking, electronic melodies looping endlessly. Pac-Man, Donkey Kong, Space Invaders, these games are simple by your standards, but they are addictive. Each coin buys only a short chance to play. When you lose, the game ends. You reach into your pocket for another coin, or you step aside for the next player. There are no endless saves, no downloadable content, no updates. Just the same game, played again and again, until you master it or run out of money. Books and magazines are another world of entertainment. Shelves are filled with paperback novels, their covers illustrated with bold fonts and dramatic artwork. You pick one, open its yellowed pages, and settle in. Reading is slow. It requires your focus. The words do not move unless you move them. Magazines, on the other hand, are glossy, colorful, filled with advertisements, photographs, and articles. They arrive weekly or monthly, bringing news, culture, and style in carefully printed pages. If you want to know about celebrities, or music, or fashion, this is where you look. For families, leisure often means board games. Monopoly, Scrabble, Clue, Life. The boxes are stored on shelves, their corners worn from years of use. The pieces are simple: plastic tokens, cardboard cards, small dice. A game unfolds slowly, with long pauses, with discussions about rules, with laughter at mistakes. The competition is real, but it is also friendly. Hours pass around the table, and the night feels full, even without screens. Culture in the 1980s is shaped by these slow rhythms. Television shows become shared experiences, watched by millions at the same time. Songs on the radio become anthems, known by everyone, sung in cars, in schools, in crowded stadiums. Movies become events, their posters plastered on walls, their lines repeated for years. Without the internet, culture spreads more slowly, but perhaps it spreads more deeply. As the night grows late, the house quiets, the record spins to silence, the television fades to static after the last program ends. The lights in the arcade dim as the machines shut down. Leisure ends not with a click of a button, not with another notification, but with the natural close of the day. The culture of the 1980s moves slowly, steadily, giving you time to absorb it, to live in it, to let it become part of you. And as you think about it, you wonder, could you live in a world where leisure was not infinite, not instant, not tailored to your tastes? Could you live in the 1980s, where culture moved at the pace of patience, and entertainment was always just a little harder to reach, but perhaps more rewarding when you found it? Morning has passed, leisure has faded, and now you are faced with the heart of adult life in 1980. Work and daily responsibilities. Life in this decade does not move at the touch of a screen. Each task, each responsibility requires your time, your patience, and often your physical presence. Imagine stepping into the office. The first thing you notice is the sound. The rhythmic click and clatter of typewriter keys fills the air, blending into a steady, mechanical music. Each letter is struck with force, pressed directly onto the paper through a ribbon of ink. Mistakes cannot be erased with a simple tap of a backspace key. Instead, they must be covered with whiteout, corrected with carbon paper, or left visible, a permanent reminder of human error. The process is slower, more deliberate. Every sentence you type requires care. Every page you finish feels heavier, more final than a file saved to the cloud. Communication in the office is equally deliberate. There is no email, no instant messaging system, no video calls. If you need to contact a colleague, you write a memo. You fold the paper, slip it into an envelope, and send it through the internal mail system. Hours may pass before your message arrives. Responses take time. Discussions are not scattered across endless digital threads. They happen in meetings, around long tables, with pens scratching across notepads. If you are not present, you miss it. Phones ring, but they are stationary, their receivers tied down by cords. When you answer, your voice is your only tool. You cannot share a quick file. You cannot attach an image. You speak, you listen, you take notes. If you miss a call, there is no voicemail, no notification waiting. The opportunity passes, and you try again later. Every exchange feels slower, more uncertain, more dependent on timing. For students, responsibilities are just as heavy. Essays are written by hand or on typewriters. Research is conducted in libraries, where information lives in printed books, in encyclopedias, in long rows of indexes. Hours are spent searching, flipping through pages, copying notes word for word onto paper. The process is not fast. It is not efficient, but it is thorough. Each fact, each line, requires your attention. Household responsibilities follow the same pattern. If you need groceries, you walk or drive to the store. You carry a list. written on paper, and move slowly through the aisles. There is no app to tell you what you need. No digital reminder that you are out of milk. You check the fridge yourself. You write it down. At the store, you pay in cash, or perhaps with a check, signed carefully in pen. The process takes time. The line moves slowly, each transaction requiring patience. Bills arrive by mail, sealed in envelopes. You open them with a letter opener, unfold the paper, and read the details printed in black and white. To pay, you write a check. You place it back into an envelope, seal it, and drop it into a mailbox. Days pass before it is received. Weeks pass before it is processed. There is no instant confirmation, no real-time update. You trust the system. You wait. Chores fill the rest of your day. Laundry requires effort. You carry baskets of clothes to the washing machine, or perhaps to a laundromat. The cycles are long, the machines noisy. While you wait, you fold, you read, or you sit in silence. Cleaning the house means vacuuming with a machine that is heavy, loud, and difficult to move. Dishes are washed by hand, warm water filling the sink, soap bubbles rising, plates stacked carefully to dry. Even simple tasks feel heavier. If you want to remember an appointment, you write it on a paper calendar hanging in the kitchen. Each square is filled with notes, scribbles, reminders. If you forget, there is no alert to remind you. You must rely on memory, on habit, on the slow rhythm of daily life. And yet, in the weight of these responsibilities, there is a certain structure. Life in 1980 moves on rails built from routine. Work follows the rhythm of typewriters and meetings. Bills arrive by mail. Chores follow the cycle of the week. Nothing is instant, nothing is automatic. You plan, you wait, you repeat. As the day winds down, you notice the difference. In your world, responsibilities blur together, constant, buzzing, never ending. Here, in 1980, they are slower, heavier, but also finite. When the office closes, the work stays there. When the dishes are done, they are done. When the bills are mailed, they are out of your hands. The responsibilities remain, but they have boundaries. And so, as you place your pen down, close your calendar, and prepare for the quiet of evening, you ask yourself, could you live with this slower rhythm of responsibility? Could you live in a world where every task takes longer, but perhaps, in its very slowness, allows you to breathe? It is another day in 1980, and hunger begins to whisper. Food is everywhere, but it comes to you differently than you might expect. There are no delivery apps, no glowing screens filled with pictures of meals ready to be brought to your door in 20 minutes. Eating in this decade requires planning, patience, and often a little ritual. Breakfast is simple, repetitive, and modest. A box of cereal sits on the counter, its colors bold and slightly faded, the cardboard edges worn from being opened and closed. On the back, a cartoon maze or a puzzle is printed, designed to keep children occupied while they chew. You pour the cereal into a bowl, listen to the dry rattle of flakes, and then open the refrigerator. The milk waits inside, heavy in its glass bottle or thick plastic container. You pour it slowly, watching the white stream rise around the cereal, softening the edges. There are no exotic milk alternatives. No almond, no oat, no soy, just milk, plain and cold, the way it has been for decades. Coffee comes next. The machine is simple. A dripped coffee maker sits on the counter, humming as hot water passes through a paper filter filled with ground beans. The scent is familiar, strong but slightly bitter, filling the small kitchen. There is no artisan foam, no latte art. The mug is plain ceramic, sometimes chipped, sometimes stained from years of use. Sugar is poured in with a spoon. Cream, if you have it, comes from a carton or a small plastic cup taken from a diner. It is not glamorous, not curated, but it is steady, warm, and reliable. Lunch requires more effort. If you are going to work or school, you may pack it in advance. A sandwich, perhaps, wrapped tightly in foil or wax paper. Peanut butter and jelly, bologna and cheese, ham and mustard, simple, repetitive, filling. A piece of fruit is tucked into the bag. An apple, slightly bruised, or a banana with brown freckles. Chips poured into a plastic bag, crinkle with each step. There is no food delivery service waiting to bring you sushi or salad bowls. If you forget your lunch, you make do with what is nearby: a cafeteria tray of mashed potatoes, peas, and meatloaf, or a quick stop at a diner for a burger and fries. The diner is a staple of 1980s life. Its booths are padded with red vinyl, its counters lined with stools. The air smells of coffee, frying oil, and bacon. A waitress walks by with a notepad, writing down orders with a pencil. Food arrives on heavy plates, not carefully staged for photographs, but hot, greasy, and ready to eat. A burger comes with lettuce, tomato, and a side of fries. A milkshake is served in a tall glass with a metal tin beside it. The extra portion too large to fit in one serving. You eat slowly, or quickly, but always present, because there is no glowing phone to pull you away. Dinner is a family affair. In many households, it is the one time of day when everyone gathers at the same table. A roast might be pulled from the oven, surrounded by potatoes and carrots, their edges browned and crisp. A casserole dish might appear, filled with layers of pasta, sauce, and cheese, bubbling hot beneath a crust of breadcrumbs. The plates are passed around. Portions are served by hand. Conversation drifts from work to school, from neighbors to small details of the day. The television may play in the background, but it does not replace the gathering. Snacks are simpler, but no less memorable. A popsicle pulled from the freezer, its color bright, its surface already melting in the warmth of your hand. A pack of gum, sweet and artificial, chewed until the flavor fades quickly, replaced with another piece. Microwave popcorn is beginning to appear. Though the microwave itself is still new in many homes, its buttons, large and mechanical, bags are placed inside, and the sound of kernels popping fills the kitchen, slow at first, then rapid, then slowing again. The smell spreads quickly, salty and warm. Shopping for food is an event of its own. You carry a paper list, written in pen, folded into your pocket. At the grocery store, you walk down aisles lined with boxes, cans, and jars. The selection is smaller than you might expect. Fewer flavors, fewer brands, fewer variations. Yogurt comes in a handful of options. Bread is white or wheat, nothing more. You place items into a cart, one by one, listening to the squeak of the wheels on the linoleum floor. At the checkout, you hand over cash or write a check carefully on a small pad. The cashier counts change by hand, bills and coins placed directly into your palm. Food in 1980 is not endless, not instant. It is slower, heavier, more tangible. Meals are simple, routines repeated day after day, week after week, yet in their simplicity they carry a certain weight, a certain comfort. Eating is not a distraction. It is a pause, a moment of stillness, a ritual that marks the rhythm of the day. And as you sit at the dinner table, the last of the meal cleared away, the kitchen falling silent except for the hum of the refrigerator, you wonder, could you live like this? Could you live in a world where food was slower, simpler, and every bite carried the weight of patience? Morning begins not with a laptop screen glowing on your desk, but with the sound of your backpack zipper. Inside are heavy textbooks, thick with hundreds of pages. their covers stiff and their corners worn from months of use. In 1980, education is physical. Knowledge does not float in the air, instantly available at the tap of a search bar. It is carried in books, in notebooks, in pens and pencils that stain your fingers with ink. When you arrive at school, the building feels different from the one you might imagine today. The hallways echo with the sound of footsteps and the slam of metal lockers. Students carry stacks of books pressed against their chests. There are no laptops, no tablets. The closest thing to a screen is a projector wheeled into a classroom on a tall, squeaky cart, or a television strapped to a rolling stand. The kind that makes every student sit up straighter when it appears. Lessons are written by hand on chalkboards. White dust clings to the teacher's fingertips, and sometimes drifts through the air as they write. The sound of chalk scratching is constant, soft but sharp, breaking the silence of the room. If you need to take notes, you do so by hand. Pens and pencils fill your pencil case. You write line after line in a spiral notebook, careful not to smudge the ink. Mistakes cannot be deleted with a keystroke. They remain crossed out with lines, or erased with rubber that leaves small grey crumbs across the desk. Each page is unique, a record of your thoughts, your handwriting, your errors. Research is slow, sometimes exhausting. If you are assigned a project, you walk to the library. The room is filled with shelves that stretch high above your head, filled with encyclopedias, reference books, dictionaries. To find information, you use the card cataloger, long wooden drawer filled with index cards, each typed with a subject, a title, and a call number. You slide the drawer open, flip through the cards, and note the code you need. Then you walk through the aisles until you find the book. You pull it down, heavy in your hands, and begin to search. Pages turn slowly, one by one, as you look for the information hidden inside. There are no hyperlinks to guide you, no instant answers. Instead, there are hours of searching, reading, and copying. You take notes by hand, writing carefully to make sure you will understand later. Sometimes the book you need is missing, checked out by someone else, and you must wait days or weeks for it to return. In 1980, knowledge is not always at your fingertips. It is something you earn through patience and persistence. Classrooms themselves feel different. Teachers stand at the front of the room, speaking slowly, writing on the board, asking questions. Students raise their hands, wait to be called upon, and answer aloud. There are no online forums, no discussion boards, no instant polls. If you have a question, you must ask it in front of everyone. Sometimes you stay silent, waiting, hoping someone else will ask instead. Tests are written on paper, questions printed in ink, answers filled in with pencils. Multiple choice answers are darkened in bubbles, careful not to stray outside the lines. Essays are written in longhand, sentences stretching across lined paper. Every word committed without the safety of spell check. The grading is slow. You hand in the paper and wait days, sometimes weeks, for it to return. When it does, read ink, marks, corrections, comments, and circles. Each page carries the visible hand of your teacher, a personal trace of their attention. At home, studying continues at the kitchen table. Textbooks are stacked in piles, heavy and intimidating. Lamps cast a small circle of light over the pages. Notes are spread across the surface, handwritten, underlined, sometimes highlighted with colored pens. There is no online tutor, no instant video explanation. If you need help, you ask a parent, a friend, or wait until the next day to ask the teacher. You sit quietly, rereading the same paragraph until it makes sense, your pencil tapping slowly against the paper. Education in the 1980s is not fast. It is not efficient, but it is tangible. Knowledge feels heavier, more substantial, because it requires effort. Every fact you learn is written down, memorized, carried in your mind, because there is no place to store it digitally. Every project requires hours of searching, of copying, of patience. As you close your notebook, tuck the pen into its spiral, and stack the heavy textbooks neatly on the table, you feel the weight of learning in this decade. It is not instant, not infinite, not effortless. It is slow, steady, and sometimes frustrating. And yet, perhaps because of this slowness, it becomes more deeply yours. And so you wonder, could you live in a world where education required such patience? Could you live in a time when learning was not at the edge of your fingertips, but hidden in shelves of books, waiting for you to find it? The 1980s are remembered for bold colors, oversized shapes, and styles that seem loud compared to what you might be used to today. But when you step quietly into this decade, fashion is not just about what people wear, it is about how slowly those choices are made, and how deliberately trends move through the world. There are no online stores, no instant deliveries, no influencers showing you what to buy. Clothes are chosen in person, in shops filled with racks of fabric, and trends spread not in seconds, but in months, carried by magazines, music videos, and word of mouth. In the morning, you stand before your closet. The hangers hold fewer items than you might expect. Clothing is reworn many times. Outfits are repeated. You may have 1 or 2 pairs of jeans, perhaps a few button-down shirts, a sweater or 2. The fabrics are heavier, thicker, denim feels stiff, wool feels scratchy. Polyester, common in this era, feels smooth but a little unnatural. There is no ultra-soft stretch fabric, no fast fashion to replace what you already own. You dress with what is there and you make it work. For many men, style means wide collars, tucked-in shirts, and jackets with padded shoulders. Ties are bold, sometimes brightly patterned, sometimes narrow and sleek. Shoes are polished leather, heavy and durable. For women, fashion is expressive. Power suits appear in offices, jackets with sharp shoulders and blouses with bows tied at the neck. Outside of work, skirts are shorter, colors brighter, fabrics shinier. Leg warmers are pulled over tights, sweaters are oversized, hair is teased high with hairspray. Each detail feels exaggerated, dramatic, designed to be noticed. Teenagers, too, have their own style. Denim jackets, sometimes decorated with patches or pins. Band t-shirts bought at concerts, washed until the colors fade. Sneakers with thick soles or high-top shoes with bright laces. Hairstyles are experiments, mullets, perms, spiky cuts. Each look takes time to create, time to maintain. Without tutorials, without quick online guides, you learn from magazines, from friends, from trial and error. A hairstyle is practiced in front of a mirror, hairsprayed, brushed, adjusted again and again until it holds. Shopping for clothes is an event. You visit a department store or a mall. Bright lights, mirrored walls, mannequins dressed in the latest looks. Music plays softly in the background, sometimes interrupted by the crackle of announcements over the loudspeakers. You walk slowly along the aisles, running your hand across fabrics, lifting hangers, examining price tags. Choices are limited. If a store does not carry your size, you cannot order it online. You try on what is available. You stand in a fitting room, curtain drawn, fluorescent light buzzing faintly overhead. The mirror reflects your outfit, slightly warped at the edges. Decisions are made in this quiet space, not with a click, but with time, patience, and thought. Magazines guide the trends. Glossy covers feature models with bold makeup, bright eyeshadow, and sharp cheekbones. Pages inside display full spreads of clothing, posed carefully, each image frozen in time. You study the pictures slowly, flipping page by page. If something catches your eye, you may tear out the page, fold it, and keep it. Inspiration is carried physically, tucked into a notebook or pinned to a wall. Trends do not arrive instantly. They build gradually, through seasons, through issues, through conversations. Accessories add their own rhythm. Watches are worn daily, not just as fashion, but as necessity. Earrings are large, hoops or bright shapes. Belts are wide, buckles oversized. Sunglasses are bold, often tinted in colors. Every detail feels more visible, more physical. There is no subtlety in the decade's style. It asks to be seen. But despite the boldness, fashion in the 1980s moves slowly. New clothes are purchased sparingly. Outfits are repeated, repaired, passed down. A jacket might last years. A pair of shoes might be polished again and again until the leather shines. Fashion is not disposable. It is durable, heavier, and in many ways more deliberate. At night, when you return home, you hang your clothes back in the closet. The hanger creaks as you slide it into place. Tomorrow, you may wear it again. The styles are bold, yes, but the rhythm is slow. Without endless feeds, without online catalogs, without instant delivery, your relationship with clothing feels different. You live with it longer. You adapt to it. It becomes a part of you. And as you think about it, you wonder, could you live in a world where fashion moved at the speed of seasons, not seconds? Could you live in a decade where every outfit was heavier, slower, and designed not to disappear, but to last? Evenings in the 1980s are shaped not by endless scrolling, not by algorithmic suggestions, but by schedules, by patience, and by the physical presence of media. If you want to be entertained, you must wait for the right time, turn on the right device, or physically go to the place where entertainment lives. There are no shortcuts. There is no instant access. Leisure is deliberate. The television is the centerpiece of the living room. A large, boxy set sits on a carpeted floor, or perhaps on a sturdy wooden cabinet. Its screen curves slightly outward, framed by thick plastic. To turn it on, you press a button with a firm click, and the image takes a moment to appear. For a second, there is nothing but a small glowing dot at the center of the glass. Then the screen flickers, buzzes, and finally fills with moving pictures. There are only a handful of channels. Each has its own schedule. You know what will air because you checked the listings in the newspaper earlier that week, carefully scanning the columns that list programs by time. At 7 o'clock, the evening news. At 8, a sitcom. At 9, a drama. If you want to watch, you must be there at the right time. If you miss it, it is gone, perhaps to return in a rerun months later. Perhaps never. Commercials interrupt frequently. They are cheerful, repetitive, filled with jingles that echo in your mind long after the program ends. Soap powders, soft drinks, new models of cars. You cannot skip them. You cannot mute them easily. Not without rising from the couch and turning a dial, so you let them play. They become part of the experience, a rhythm you grow accustomed to. Movies are not available at the push of a button. If you want to see the latest release, you go to the theater. The building stands at the center of town, its marquee glowing with large plastic letters spelling out the titles of the films inside. You buy a ticket at a counter, hand over cash, and receive a small paper stub. Inside, the smell of popcorn fills the air, buttery and salty. The theater is dark. the seats cushioned but squeaky. The screen is large, flickering with light. The sound is not perfect, sometimes muffled, sometimes too loud. But the experience is shared. Strangers laugh together at the same jokes, gasp at the same twists. When the film ends, you leave the theater with everyone else, stepping back into the cool night air, carrying the memory of the story in silence. For those who want to watch films at home, the VCR is just beginning to appear. It is large, heavy, with buttons that click loudly when pressed. VHS tapes are rented from small video shops, their shelves lined with rows of plastic cases. You walk through the aisles, reading the covers one by one. Some titles are already gone, rented by someone else, and you must choose from what remains. You carry the tape home, slide it into the machine, and press play. If you want to watch again, you must rewind the tape, waiting as the reels spin backward with a steady worry sound. Music fills the spaces between shows and films. The radio is always there, offering songs chosen not by you, but by unseen DJs. You cannot skip, you cannot select. You listen to what plays, and you wait for your favorites to appear. If you want more control, you buy records or cassette tapes. At home, you slide a record onto a turntable, lower the needle carefully, and let the sound fill the room. If the record skips, you brush away the dust gently, then place the needle again. A cassette tape is smaller, portable. You slip it into a Walkman, press play, and listen through foam-covered headphones. But the battery drains quickly, and when the tape ends, you must flip it over. Leisure is never endless. It always requires a pause. Magazines and newspapers carry the culture of the decade. Glossy covers feature celebrities, musicians, actors. Articles are read slowly, page by page, in long columns of text. There are no hyperlinks, no endless rabbit holes. You finish one story, turn the page, and move to the next. Advertisements fill the spaces in between, promising better clothes, better cars, better lives. Each issue is physical, collected, stacked in piles on coffee tables. They do not vanish into digital archives. They remain heavy, tangible, waiting to be read again. And so, as you sit in your living room in 1980, the television humming softly, a cassette tape rewinding in the background, and a magazine resting on your lap, you realize that entertainment here is not infinite. It is not instant. It is slower, heavier, and in some ways more precious. Could you live like this? Could you live in a world where media waited for you, instead of demanding your constant attention? The sound of the 1980s does not come from streaming platforms or endless playlists. It comes from the radio, from records, from cassettes, from the shared hum of music drifting through homes, cars, and city streets. Pop culture in this decade is not delivered instantly to your pocket. It moves more slowly, carried by magazines, by television shows, by conversations with friends. Yet, because of that slowness, it lingers. In 1980, the radio is your constant companion. At home, it hums softly on the kitchen counter, or rests on a bedside table, its dial glowing faintly. In the car, it crackles with static as you drive, fading in and out depending on where the signal reaches. The voices of DJs are familiar, warm, steady. They introduce songs, read news, share gossip. You cannot skip their words. You cannot fast forward through their chatter. You simply listen, waiting for the next song to arrive. And when it does, perhaps Michael Jackson, perhaps Blondie, perhaps Queen, you know that thousands of other listeners are hearing it at the exact same moment. If you want to own the music, you visit a record store. The air smells faintly of cardboard sleeves and plastic wrapping. Rows of vinyl records stretch across wooden bins, each cover a piece of art. You flip through them slowly, one after another, the cardboard edges brushing against your fingers. The artwork is bold, colorful, dramatic. Sometimes you buy a record for the music. Sometimes you buy it for the picture on the cover. Each purchase feels heavy in your hands. Cassettes are smaller, more portable. You carry them in a bag, stacked in plastic cases that click when opened and closed. To make a mixtape, you press record on a cassette deck, capturing songs directly from the radio. You wait for the DJ to stop speaking. You press the button quickly, trying to catch the beginning of the track. If you are too slow, the song begins mid-note. If you stop too late, the DJ's voice cuts in at the end. The imperfections remain. They are part of the charm. Pop culture spreads through television too. Music videos are beginning to appear, especially after the launch of MTV in 1981. For the first time, you do not only hear music, you see it. Performers dance, pose, act out stories. Their hairstyles, their clothes, their movements become trends. You watch late at night, waiting for your favorite artist to appear. There is no search function, no replay button. If you want to see it again, you wait until it plays again. Magazines carry the rest of pop culture. Glossy covers show the faces of movie stars, pop idols, athletes. Inside, articles describe their lives in detail: where they live, what they wear, what they say in interviews. Photographs are studied slowly, their colors bright but slightly grainy. You might cut them out, tape them to your bedroom wall, or slip them into a notebook. The images do not vanish. They remain physical, tangible, lasting. Concerts are events. Tickets are bought in person, sometimes after waiting in long lines. When the day arrives, you travel to the venue, stand among thousands of strangers, and feel the vibration of music in the air. The sound is loud, imperfect, but real. The lights flash, the crowd sings, and for a few hours, you are part of something larger than yourself. There are no phones to record it, no screens to capture it. The memory lives only in your mind. Pop culture in the 1980s moves at the speed of time itself. A new song spreads slowly, carried from radios to record stores to conversations between friends. A new fashion appears in a music video, then shows up months later in magazines, then eventually on the shelves of a store. There is no instant trend, no sudden viral moment. Culture grows like a wave, rising slowly, cresting and fading. And so, as you sit in your bedroom in 1980, listening to a cassette tape hum softly in your stereo, staring at the poster of your favorite band taped to the wall, you wonder, could you live in a world where music was not infinite, not immediate, not algorithmically delivered to you? Could you live in a decade where pop culture was slower, heavier, and more deliberate, where every song, every film, every image felt like something you had to wait for, and therefore something you might treasure more? In 1980, news does not travel at the speed of a notification. It moves slower, carried by paper, by voices, by television broadcasts at specific hours of the day. Information feels heavier because it takes time to reach you, and once it does, it is printed, fixed, and unchanging. You cannot refresh it. You cannot swipe it away. You simply accept it as it comes. The morning begins with the newspaper, delivered to your doorstep, folded neatly, wrapped sometimes in a plastic sleeve if the weather is wet. You pick it up, feel the weight of it in your hands, and bring it inside. The pages are large, almost unwieldy, spreading across the table as you unfold them. Headlines stretch across the top, printed in bold type. Photographs are grainy, black and white, sometimes blurred. The articles are long, arranged in narrow columns. Reading them takes time. You move line by line, pausing, returning, reading again. Ink smudges faintly onto your fingertips, leaving small black marks that remind you of the words you have consumed. Radio carries the news throughout the day. A steady, reliable voice delivers headlines between songs. The tone is calm, deliberate, sometimes monotone. Weather reports are short and imprecise. A chance of rain this afternoon, but they are accepted. There are no detailed maps at your fingertips, no minute-by-minute forecasts. The information is general, broad, and leaves space for uncertainty. Yet, in that uncertainty, there is a kind of quiet acceptance. You look at the sky, you carry an umbrella, and you continue with your day. Television news arrives in scheduled blocks. In the evening, you gather around the screen with family or friends. The broadcast begins at a fixed time, introduced by a familiar theme song. Anchors sit at a desk, papers spread in front of them, their voices steady, their expressions controlled. They read the headlines of the day: politics, international events, local stories. Images appear, sometimes shaky, sometimes delayed, captured by cameras far away and sent back through satellites. The stories are short, a few minutes each, before the program moves on. When the broadcast ends, it ends. You cannot replay it. You cannot pause it. If you missed something, it is gone, unless you wait until tomorrow's newspaper to catch the details. Magazines expand the news into culture. Weekly or monthly issues arrive on stands, each filled with longer stories, essays, interviews. The pages are glossy, colorful, filled with photographs and advertisements. You flip through them slowly, reading about celebrities, about politics, about distant countries. The information is curated, shaped, packaged carefully for you. It does not change once printed. It does not update in real time. It remains as it is, frozen in ink. Libraries hold the deeper layers of knowledge. When you need information beyond the headlines, you walk into tall, quiet rooms filled with shelves. You search through card catalogs, flipping through index cards typed in careful letters. Each card points to a book, a journal, a microfilm. You walk to the shelf, pull down the book, and begin to read. Research takes hours, sometimes days. If the book you need is missing, you wait for it to return. The process is deliberate, and because of that, the knowledge you find feels earned. Rumors and word of mouth carry the rest. Without instant fact-checking, stories spread slowly, through conversations, through whispers. Through telephone calls, a neighbor might mention something they heard on the radio. A colleague might bring up an article they read in the paper. You piece together information bit by bit, never entirely certain what is true, but always listening, always waiting for confirmation. In your world, information is endless, instant, overwhelming. In 1980, it is slower, calmer, heavier. News arrives at fixed times, through fixed channels. It does not chase you. It does not follow you into your pocket. You seek it out when you want it, and when you are done, it stops. As you fold the newspaper at the end of the day, set it down on the table, and turn off the television as the late-night broadcast fades to static, you notice the silence. The world is quieter here. Less informed, perhaps. Less immediate, but also less restless. And you wonder, could you live in a world where information came slowly, where news was something you waited for, not something that hunted you? Could you live in the 1980s, where media moved at the pace of time itself? In 1980, the center of life is not the screen in your pocket, but the home you return to each evening. The family house carries its own rhythm, its own atmosphere, and its own routines. There are no smart devices, no voice assistants waiting to answer questions, no notifications interrupting conversations. The home is quieter, heavier, and filled with physical details that mark the pace of daily life. Step through the front door. The carpet is thick beneath your feet, patterned in colors that feel darker, warmer deep browns, oranges, or shades of beige. The walls are covered with wallpaper, perhaps floral, perhaps striped, its surface textured when you brush your hand against it. The furniture is solid, wooden, heavy. A couch sits in the living room, its cushions covered in bold fabric, often with geometric patterns. Lamps with fabric shades glow softly, casting pools of warm light instead of the cool brightness you are used to. The kitchen is a hub of activity. The refrigerator is large and boxy, humming loudly in the background. Its surface is covered in magnets, notes, and handwritten shopping lists. The stove is gas or electric, its dials turned by hand, its burners glowing orange when hot. Meals are cooked from ingredients bought at the grocery store, prepared with patience. The sound of pots clattering, the smell of onions frying, the slow rhythm of stirring a pottle of it fills the space. There is no quick delivery, no frozen at-based meal service. Dinner is something planned, prepared, and shared. Evening meals bring the family together. The table is set with plates, silverware, cloth, or paper napkins. Food is placed in serving dishes, and each person takes their portion. There are no individual screens, no distractions. Conversation drifts across the table, slow and uneven. Parents ask about school. Children talk about friends. Stories from work are told, sometimes in detail, sometimes with pauses. The television might be on in the background, but it is not the main focus. The table itself is after dinner. The family might sit together in the living room. A television show plays at a set time, watched by everyone at once. Reactions are shared in real time, laughter, silence, surprise. Board games may be pulled from the shelves. Monopoly, Scrabble, or card games spread across the coffee table. The pieces are tangible. Dice that clatter, cards that bend at the edges, tokens that tip over. The game lasts for hours, filled with pauses, arguments about rules, and laughter at mistakes. The experience is slow, but it binds the family together. Children have their own rhythms. Homework is done at the kitchen table. Textbooks spread out. Notebooks filled with handwritten notes. Parents check their work, sometimes hovering nearby, sometimes reminding them to focus. When homework is finished, children might go outside to play. Even after dinner, riding bicycles down quiet streets, or gathering in small groups under streetlights. The games are simple. Tag, hide and seek, tossing a ball back and forth. There are no online lobbies, no multiplayer servers, just friends, faces, voices, and the sound of footsteps on pavement. Chores are part of daily life. Everyone has their role. Taking out the trash, washing dishes, setting the table, mowing the lawn. These tasks are not optional. They are woven into the rhythm of the household. The sound of a vacuum cleaner fills the hallway, its motor loud and heavy. Clothes are folded carefully, stacked in drawers. Beds are made each morning, sheets tucked tightly under mattresses. The home is maintained by habit, by repetition, by shared effort. As night deepens, the house grows quieter. The television fades into static after the final program ends. Lamps are switched off, one by one, until only the soft glow of the alarm clock remains in the bedroom. The family retreats to their separate rooms, doors closing with a quiet click. There are no glowing screens beneath the covers, no silent scrolling long into the night. Instead, there are books on nightstands, radios playing soft music, or simple silence. The ticking of a clock fills the space. The house itself seems to exhale, settling into stillness. Home life in the 1980s is not without stress, not without noise, not without routine. But it is slower. Boundaries are clearer. Work stays at the office. Schoolwork ends at the kitchen table. Evenings belong to the family, to conversation, to games, to silence. And, as you close your eyes in this house, lying beneath patterned sheets, the faint hum of the refrigerator in the distance, you wonder, could you live in a world where home life was simpler, slower, and free from constant digital interruption? Could you live in the 1980s, where the center of life was not the screen, but the family table? The year is 1980, and the way you move through the world feels both familiar and foreign. Cars still crowd the streets. Trains still rumble across tracks. Airplanes carry people from one place to another. Yet everything about travel, every step, every mile feels heavier, slower, and more deliberate than it does in your world. There are no navigation apps, no instant booking sites, no glowing maps to guide you. In this decade, getting from one place to another is not about speed alone. It is about preparation, patience, and trust. Imagine beginning with the car. It is large, boxy, with sharp corners and heavy doors that close with a solid thud. The interior smells of vinyl, of fabric, sometimes faint gasoline. There is no digital screen glowing on the dashboard. Instead, there are dials, knobs, and buttons, each one mechanical, each one moved by hand. The radio provides your soundtrack, its dial turned slowly until the static clears and music fades in. There is no Bluetooth, no playlists curated just for you. You accept what plays, adjusting the antenna when the sound falters. When you need directions, you reach not for a device, but for a folded paper map. It lives in the glove compartment, its creases worn from years of being opened and closed. You unfold it carefully across your lap, tracing roads with your finger, memorizing the path before you set out. If you take a wrong turn, there is no voice to guide you back. You stop. You unfold the map again. Or you roll down your window and ask a stranger at the gas station for help. The directions are given with landmarks. Turn left after the church, then right at the red barn. And you trust them, even if the landmarks look different than you imagined. Gas stations themselves feel different. You pull in, and sometimes an attendant comes out to help. They pump the fuel for you, clean your windshield, check your oil. The numbers on the pump turn slowly, clicking upward. When you finish, you pay in cash or write a check. There is no tap of a card, no digital receipt. You place bills directly into the attendant's hand, and they thank you before you drive away. Public transportation carries its own rhythm. Buses arrive according to paper schedules, taped to the stops. You cannot check their location on an app. You stand, waiting, uncertain, until the vehicle appears in the distance. When it arrives, you drop coins into the slot, the metal clinking as it falls. The driver hands you a paper ticket, small and flimsy, which you tuck into your pocket. The ride is slower, quieter. Passengers read books, newspapers, or simply stare out the window. Conversations are soft, often brief. The sound of the engine hums steadily as the bus moves along its route. Trains are similar. You walk into a station, buy a paper ticket at a counter or machine, and wait on the platform. The boards above your head flip with mechanical clacks, letters and numbers rearranging to show arrivals and departures. When the train pulls in, the sound is loud and heavy, wheels screeching against the track. You board, find a seat, and settle in. The ride stretches for hours, landscapes rolling past the window. There is no Wi-Fi, no streaming, no glowing distraction. Time passes slowly, marked only by the rhythm of the train and the blur of scenery outside. Air travel exists, but it feels different. Tickets are not booked online. They are purchased at travel agencies, small offices filled with brochures and posters of faraway beaches. An agent sits behind a desk, flipping through timetables, typing details into a computer with glowing green letters. They hand you a paper ticket, stamped and signed. On the day of the flight, you arrive at the airport hours early. You stand in line at a counter, hand over your ticket, and receive a boarding pass. Security is simple, less invasive, but slower in its own way. You wait at the gate, watching the large windows as planes roll slowly across the tarmac. On board, the experience is quieter, less connected. Seats are cushioned, sometimes more spacious, sometimes less. A meal is served on a plastic tray with a foil-covered dish, a bread roll, and a small dessert. There is no personal screen in front of you. Entertainment is limited to a movie projected on a central screen, or perhaps nothing at all. Passengers talk softly, read books, or simply sit in silence as the plane hums steadily through the clouds. Travel in the 1980s is not instant. It requires patience, planning, and trust. Maps must be read. Tickets must be purchased in person. Delays must be endured without updates, without alerts. Journeys take time, and the time is often spent waiting, watching, or simply being still. And as you sit in the passenger seat of a car, the map folded beside you, the radio humming faintly through static, you wonder, could you live in a world where travel was slower, where movement required patience, where every mile carried weight? Could you live in the 1980s, where transportation was not effortless, but deliberate? In 1980, shopping is not something that happens in the palm of your hand. It does not arrive in neat boxes on your doorstep 2 days after a click. It is an activity, a journey, a ritual. If you want something, you go out into the world to find it. Stores are physical, goods are tangible, and choices are slower, narrower, and somehow more deliberate. A shopping trip begins with preparation. You might carry a handwritten list folded into your pocket, written in pen on lined paper. The car keys jingle in your hand. At the store, the automatic doors slide open with a low hum, and you are met with bright fluorescent lights and the faint smell of linoleum floors. Shopping carts line the entrance, metal frames clattering as you pull one free. Its wheels squeak or wobble as you push it across the aisles. The grocery store feels smaller than the ones you might know. Shelves are tall, but the selection is limited. Milk comes in glass bottles or cartons, not in endless varieties. Bread is white or wheat, not sourdough, rye, or gluten-free. Yogurt appears in only a handful of flavors. Snacks are simpler bags of chips, candy bars, cookies in boxes with bright packaging. The options are enough, but never overwhelming. You walk slowly down the aisles, basket filling with items that feel heavier, more physical, more connected to the space around you. Payment is another ritual. You stand in line, groceries placed carefully on the conveyor belt. The cashier moves each item past a scanner, though sometimes prices are still entered by hand. Numbers click on a register. When the total appears, you pay with cash or write a check, signing your name carefully on the small slip of paper. The cashier counts change into your hand, bills folded neatly, coins clinking softly. There are no cards that beep, no digital receipts that vanish into your email. Everything is visible, audible, physical. Beyond groceries, consumer life in the 1980s expands into malls and department stores. The mall is not just a place to shop, it is a destination. Wide corridors stretch out, lined with stores. Music plays faintly from hidden speakers. The air is cool, The smell, a mixture of perfume from department store counters and food from the court upstairs. Teenagers wander in groups, carrying bags, talking loudly, stopping at clothing racks or record stores. Families move together, pushing strollers, pausing at displays of appliances or electronics. Shopping is as much about presence as it is about purchase. Electronics stores display the latest gadgets, VCRs, cassette players, bulky televisions. The machines are placed on shelves, heavy and box-like, each one humming faintly. Salespeople in collared shirts demonstrate how they work, pressing buttons with deliberate slowness. You listen, ask questions, and decide carefully. There is no reading reviews online, no scrolling through forums. Choices are made by what you see, what you hear, and what you trust. Clothing stores are similar. Racks of shirts, dresses, and jackets fill the room. Mirrors reflect the fluorescent light, and fitting rooms are small and curtained. You pull a hanger from the rack, run your hand across the fabric, and try it on. If it doesn't fit, you return it to the rack. If you like it, you buy it. Sizes are limited. Styles are fewer. Trends arrive slowly, shaped by magazines, by television, by music videos. Shopping for clothes is not instant. It is a slow exploration, step by step, item by item. Advertising guides consumer life. Commercials appear on television, their jingles bright and catchy, repeated until you remember them. Billboards stand tall along highways, painted in bold colors. Magazines are filled with glossy ads for perfume, for cars, for new sneakers. Each image is studied, absorbed slowly, because there is no way to scroll past it. The message lingers, repeated until it becomes part of the culture. Even catalogs play their role. Thick books arrive in the mail, pages filled with images of furniture, appliances, toys, and clothing. Families flip through them slowly, circling items with pens, folding corners of pages to mark what they want. Orders are placed by phone or by mail, checks sent in envelopes. Weeks pass before the package arrives. The waiting is part of the process. Consumer life in the 1980s is not fast. It is slower, more physical, more deliberate. Each purchase requires presence, patience, and choice. Shopping is not just an action, but an experiencer. Walk through aisles, a conversation with a clerk, a decision made in the moment. And as you push the squeaking cart back to its place, paper bags filled with groceries at your feet, you wonder, could you live in a world where shopping was not instant, not infinite, not algorithm-driven? Could you live in the 1980s, where consumer life was slower, heavier, and more human? The workday in the 1980s begins not with a quick glance at traffic apps or live GPS updates, but with routine, with habit, and with patience. Getting from home to office, from school to store, is a daily rhythm that shapes life in ways you might not expect. Commutes in this decade are slower, heavier, and more uncertain, yet they are also strangely steady. Picture yourself stepping out of the house. The morning air is cool, sometimes damp, carrying the faint smell of gasoline from cars idling nearby. The street is lined with vehicles that look boxy and solid sedans, with chrome bumpers, station wagons with wood paneling along their sides, pickup trucks with angular edges, doors shut with a firm, echoing sound, not the muted click of modern cars. Keys turn in the ignition, and engines roar to life with a growl that feels raw, mechanical, imperfect. Inside, the dashboard holds no glowing screen. Instead, you see dials with needles, knobs for the radio, buttons for the heater. The radio itself is your only companion. A voice cuts through static, announcing traffic reports in vague terms, delays on the highway, slowdowns near downtown. There are no maps with glowing lines, no alternate routes suggested by an app. You drive with trust, with memory, with the guidance of landmarks. If you get lost, you pull over, unfold a paper map, and trace your path carefully with your finger. Highways are crowded but different. Cars move steadily in long lines. Their shapes varied, but their sounds familiar. The deep hum of engines, the steady hiss of tires on pavement. Billboards rise above the roadside, painted with bright advertisements for soda, cigarettes, or local restaurants. Rest stops appear occasionally, small oases with gas pumps, diners, and vending machines humming quietly. If you do not drive, you may rely on the bus. At the stop, there is no digital board counting down the minutes. Instead, there is a paper schedule taped to a pole, its corners curling in the wind. You glance at it, memorize the times, and wait. Sometimes the bus arrives as expected. Sometimes it is late. You wait anyway, standing with strangers, shifting your weight from one foot to another. When the bus finally arrives, its doors fold open with a hiss of air. You step inside, drop coins into the metal slot, and take a paper ticket. The ride is slow, filled with the sound of the engine rumbling, the chatter of passengers, the occasional squeal of brakes. People read newspapers, stare out the window, or sit silently, letting time pass. Trains carry their own rhythm. If you live in a city with a subway or commuter line, the platform is crowded, filled with footsteps echoing against concrete. The board above your head is mechanical, letters and numbers flipping with sharp clacks to show arrivals and departures. When the train approaches, the sound grows louder, wheels screeching, metal vibrating. You board, find a seat, and feel the sway of the car as it begins to move. There are no screens, no headphones, streaming music wirelessly. Instead, you listen to the hum of the train, the faint conversations of other passengers, the rustle of newspapers held open wide. Daily travel requires more effort. Walking is common. Sidewalks are filled with people carrying briefcases, grocery bags, or backpacks. Children ride bicycles to school, their wheels squeaking faintly, their handlebars decorated with streamers. Crossing guards hold signs at intersections, stopping traffic with a raised hand. The rhythm of the street feels slower, but more physical. Every step, every turn, every wait at a stoplight reminds you of the time it takes to move through space. Even small errands require planning. If you need to visit the bank, you drive or walk there during business hours. If you need medicine, you go to the pharmacy and stand in line. Each trip is specific, physical, deliberate. There is no option to combine everything into a single digital order. Each movement takes time. And yet, in this slower rhythm, commutes feel strangely grounded. The bus stop is a place to meet neighbors. The car ride becomes a time for radio, for music, for quiet thought. The train journey allows for reading, for silence, for watching the world pass by. Travel does not disappear into background. Noise, it becomes part of life itself. As you arrive at work, stepping off the bus, locking your bike, or pulling your car into a lot, you realize that the commute has shaped your morning. It has taken time. It has demanded patience, but it has also created a boundary. Home is behind you. Work is ahead. The separation is clear, marked by the journey itself. And you wonder, could you live in a world where every trip required more effort, where every commute demanded patience, where travel was not hidden in convenience, but lived fully, step by step? In 1980, a vacation is not booked with a tap on a glowing screen. It begins with planning, with patience, with a stack of brochures collected from a travel agency. The glossy papers are filled with photographs of beaches, mountains, and distant cities. They are not interactive. They do not scroll. They remain still, silent invitations to places far away. You sit at a desk, flipping through them slowly, circling destinations with a pen, weighing choices with family. Booking the trip requires presence. You visit the travel agency in person, stepping into an office filled with posters of airplanes and cruise ships. A clerk sits behind a desk, typing carefully into a computer with glowing green letters. They check timetables, compare prices, and write your details by hand. Tickets are printed on thick paper, stamped and signed, placed into an envelope that you carry home. There is no email confirmation. The tickets are physical, and you hold them tightly, knowing they are the only proof of your journey. On the day of departure, the process begins early. You pack suitcases that are heavier, made of hard plastic or thick leather. They click shut with latches, sometimes secured with small padlocks. Rolling wheels are rare, so you carry them by hand, their weight pulling against your arm. At the airport, lines stretch long, filled with families, businessmen, and travelers, with wide-eyed anticipation. You step forward slowly, presenting your paper ticket at the counter. The agent tears a portion, hands you a boarding pass, and takes your suitcase to be weighed and tagged. Security feels different. It is simpler, less invasive, but slower in its own rhythm. You pass through a metal detector, place your bag on a table, and continue. There are no digital scans, no long rows of machines. The process takes minutes, not seconds, and you arrive at the gate with time to spare. Airports themselves are quieter. The boards displaying departures and arrivals click mechanically, letters flipping over one by one with a sharp clack. You sit in a molded plastic chair, your boarding pass in hand, staring through the large windows at planes taxiing slowly across the runway. Announcements echo overhead, the voices calm, steady, slightly distorted. When boarding begins, you step onto the plane carrying your own small bag. The cabin feels larger, with seats cushioned in fabric patterned with stripes or muted colors. Overhead bins are smaller, and space is limited. There is no glowing screen in front of you, no entertainment system at your fingertips. Instead, a movie may play on a central screen, projected for everyone at once. Headphones are handed out, simple and wired. Their sound tinny but sufficient. If there is no film, you read a book, a magazine, or simply sit quietly, listening to the hum of the engines. Meals are served on plastic trays. A foil-covered dish, a bread roll, a small salad, a packaged dessert. The food is not perfect, but it arrives warm, and it fills the silence between hours. Flight attendants move slowly down the aisle, their carts rattling softly. Drinks are poured into plastic cups, sometimes spilling slightly as the plane shifts. You eat, you drink, you pass the time. For vacations closer to home, travel may mean long car rides. Families pack station wagons with bags, coolers, and pillows. Children sit in the back, playing simple games, counting license plates, asking, "Are we there yet?" The radio plays softly, stations fading in and out as the car moves further from the city. Stops are made at diners along the highway, where pancakes, burgers, or slices of pie are served on heavy plates. The trip stretches across hours, sometimes days, each mile measured slowly. Hotels are simpler. Rooms have keys made of metal, attached to large plastic fobs. Beds are covered in patterned spreads. Televisions sit heavy on wooden dressers, and telephones rest on nightstands. And swimming pools shimmer outside, filled with the sound of splashing children. Vacations unfold at a slower pace. Afternoons on the beach, mornings hiking trails, evenings sitting in quiet restaurants. Photographs are taken with film cameras, each shot precious, each click carrying weight. The pictures are not seen until weeks later, developed in glossy prints that hold the memory of the trip. Vacations in the 1980s are not instant escapes. They are planned, anticipated, and lived fully in the moment. The travel takes longer, the waiting is heavier. But because of this, the destination feels more rewarding, more complete. As you return home, tired but filled with memories, the suitcase heavy in your hand, you wonder, could you live in a world where vacations were slower, where travel was uncertain, and where every trip demanded patience, but in return offered silence, space, and presence? In 1980, healthcare does not arrive at the tap of an app, nor does it follow you with wearable devices or constant reminders. Health is managed through habit, through visits, through waiting rooms and conversations. Medicine feels heavier, slower, more human. Each step requires time. Each answer requires patience. Imagine feeling unwell. There is no instant search engine to check your symptoms. No digital list of possibilities to scroll through late at night. Instead, you wait. Perhaps you call the doctor's office the next morning, dialing carefully on a rotary phone, listening as it rings. A receptionist answers, writing your name on a paper schedule. They tell you the next available appointment, and you accept. It might be later that day. It might be next week. Until then, you rest. You drink water, you wait. When the day arrives, you sit in the waiting room. The chairs are padded but firm, their colors muted brown, green, or orange. Magazines sit stacked on low tables, their covers months out of date, their pages curling at the edges. The air smells faintly of disinfectant, clean but sharp. A nurse appears, calls your name, and you rise. There is no digital display, no automated text to alert you. A human voice calls you directly, and you follow. The examination room is small. A paper sheet crinkles under you as you sit on the table. Instruments rest neatly on trays. A thermometer, a blood pressure cuff, a stethoscope. The doctor enters, carrying a clipboard filled with notes. They ask questions slowly. Write down your answers by hand. There are no laptops, no glowing screens dividing their attention. Their focus is on you, their pen scratching steadily across the page. Treatment is straightforward, sometimes limited. A prescription is written on a pad, the paper torn neatly, the doctor's handwriting sometimes difficult to read. You carry it to a pharmacy, hand it over at the counter, and wait while the pharmacist prepares your medicine. Bottles are labeled with typed stickers, their instructions clear but simple. Take one tablet twice a day. There are no apps to remind you. You remember or you forget, and you adjust. Preventive health in the 1980s relies on routine habits. Exercise is jogging in the neighborhood, aerobics in community centers, or lifting weights in small gyms. Fitness videos begin to appear on VHS tapes, instructors in bright leotards guiding viewers through routines step by step. There are no fitness trackers, no heart rate monitors. You rely on how your body feels, whether your breath is heavy, whether your muscles ache. Food plays its own role. Diets are discussed in magazines and on talk shows, often simplified, often contradictory. Low-fat, high-carb meals are common. Processed foods are popular. Frozen dinners stacked in freezers, boxed snacks filling cupboards. Nutrition labels exist, but they are smaller, less detailed. Knowledge is less immediate, more general. You eat what is available, what is familiar, what is affordable. Public health concerns shape the decade. Smoking is still common, its dangers increasingly recognized, but not yet universally acknowledged. Advertisements for cigarettes still appear on billboards. their images glamorous, their slogans confident. Seat belts in cars are recommended, but not always required. Safety habits are developing, but slowly. Medicine advances, but its reach feels limited compared to what you know. For emergencies, the process is heavier. If an accident occurs, you dial the emergency number, wait for help to arrive. Ambulances are slower, hospitals are crowded. Equipment is functional but less advanced. X-rays are common, MRs are rare. Surgery exists, but techniques are less refined, recovery longer. Every step of care takes time. Mental health is present but quieter. Discussions are softer, less public. Therapy exists, but it is less common, sometimes stigmatized. Support comes more often from family, friends, or community than from formal treatment. Silence surrounds many struggles, leaving them hidden, unspoken, and yet, in this slower world of medicine, there is also a kind of intimacy. The doctor knows your name, your family, your history. The pharmacist greets you personally. Health feels less like data and more like connection. As you leave the doctor's office, prescription folded in your pocket, the air outside feels calmer. You walk, you breathe, you wait for healing to take its course. There is no app to track your progress, no graph to display your recovery. There is only time, patience, and the quiet rhythm of your own body. And so you wonder, could you live in a world where health was slower, where medicine was heavier, where recovery required waiting, and care came not from instant data but from human voices and handwritten notes? At home in the 1980s, medicine feels closer, quieter, and simpler than the structured visits to the doctor's office. Families keep small rituals, shelves of supplies, and remedies passed down through habit rather than through constant digital advice. Health is maintained in kitchens, in living rooms, in bedrooms, one careful step at a time. In the kitchen cabinet sits the medicine box, a small tin, or perhaps a plastic container filled with bottles and packets. Aspirin is common, small white tablets in a glass bottle with a screw top. Cough syrup rests beside it, thick and sweet, poured into a plastic spoon that leaves it sticky. Bandages are folded neatly in paper wrappers, their adhesive strips tucked into cardboard boxes. Cotton balls and rubbing alcohol stand ready for small cuts. A thermometer weighs 2 glass, with a silver line of mercury that creeps slowly upward when held under the tongue. Each object is physical, tangible, carried from hand to hand, used carefully, stored again. Home remedies are woven into daily life. If you have a sore throat, honey is stirred into tea. Steam is inhaled over a bowl of hot water, a towel draped over your head. If your stomach aches, ginger ale is poured into a glass, its bubbles rising quickly, meant to calm the discomfort. Saltwater gargles, mustard plasters, chicken soup simmering on the stove, it is passed along from parent to child, from neighbor to neighbor. Some work, some simply comfort, but all are practiced with patience. The pharmacy is another point of care, but it is simpler, more local. You walk in, the bell above the door jingling softly. Shelves are lined with boxes and bottles, the colors bold, the fonts plain. There are no endless rows, no countless variations. Pain relievers, cold tablets, ointments, vitamins. Choices are fewer, but they are familiar. Behind the counter, the pharmacist knows your name, asks how you are feeling, explains slowly how to take the medicine. Prescriptions are typed onto small labels, pasted carefully onto amber-colored bottles. The bottles feel solid, heavier than you expect. Their lids tight and childproof. Illnet at home often means rest, not rushing. You stay in bed beneath heavy blankets, the television flickering softly in the corner. A tray is carried in tea toast, soup. Windows are opened slightly for fresh air. The day moves slowly. There is no pressure to remain productive, no remote work to keep you connected, no digital tether pulling you into constant tasks. Illness forces stillness, and that stillness becomes its own medicine. Children are cared for with the same rhythm. Fevers are checked with thermometers held carefully in small mouths. Cough syrup is measured out, its taste both sweet and sharp. Vicks VapoRub is rubbed onto chests, its strong smell filling the room, cooling the skin, clearing the breath. Parents sit at the edge of beds, reading stories from picture books, checking foreheads with the back of their hands. There is worry, but there is also presence and attention that is unbroken, uninterrupted by screens. Alternative remedies are present too. Herbal teas, vitamins, mineral supplements, health food stores begin to appear, their shelves filled with jars of natural remedies, their posters promising energy and vitality. Some people trust them, some doubt them, but they spread slowly through magazines, through word of mouth, through small conversations between neighbors. Dentistry follows a similar pace. Appointments are scheduled in advance. Visits are regular but not constant. Offices smell of fluoride, of disinfectant, of latex gloves. Tools are metal, sharp, loud. Cleanings are careful, slow, deliberate. Cavities are filled with silver-colored fillings. Each step is felt, remembered. The home itself carries preventive habits. Vitamins are placed on breakfast tables, cod liver oil swallowed reluctantly, orange juice poured for vitamin C. Jogging is encouraged. Calisthenics practiced in living rooms with VHS tapes or community classes. Children play outdoors, their games themselves a form of exercise. Prevention is woven into life, not through constant reminders, but through habits, small and repetitive. And yet, the 1980s are also a decade where health knowledge remains incomplete. Smoking is still common, its risks known but not fully confronted. Fast food rises in popularity, convenience overshadowing nutrition. Safety belts in cars are not yet universal. Homes are safe, but not without risks. Sharp corners, open outlets, second-hand smoke. Health at home is cared for, but not perfectly. Still, in the absence of constant alerts, health feels less anxious. There are no glowing charts of steps walked, no buzzes reminding you of water intake. Care is given when needed, rest is taken when required. Remedies are simple and close at hand. As the day ends and you close the medicine cabinet, the sound of the glass door clicking softly shut, you wonder, could you live in a world where healing was slower, where remedies were simpler, where care was measured not by screens but by presence, patience, and rest? A hospital in the 1980s feels at once familiar and distant. The structure is the same: long corridors, sterile rooms, the smell of disinfectant and bleach, but the rhythm is slower, the tools less advanced, and the technology far simpler than what you know today. Stepping into this space is like stepping into a quieter world of medicine, one where progress exists but at a gentler pace. The waiting begins in the lobby. Chairs are arranged in neat rows, covered in stiff fabric, their colors muted, often brown or gray. Magazines rest on tables, their pages curled at the edges, some months out of date. A receptionist sits behind a counter, shuffling papers, speaking softly on the phone. Everything is recorded by hand or on typewriters. There are no computers humming, no screens flickering with patient files. Charts are kept in thick folders, stacked in cabinets, their tabs marked with colored stickers. When you are called, a nurse leads you down the hallway. The floor tiles gleam under fluorescent lights. The sound of rubber-soled shoes echoes steadily. In each room, equipment is present but minimal. A hospital bed with metal rails, a rolling tray of instruments, a monitor with blinking lights. The machines are larger, noisier, more mechanical. Beeps are slower, steadier, less constant than the symphony of digital alarms you might expect now. Diagnostic tools exist, but they are fewer, less precise. X-rays are common. They're black and white images developed on film, held up to a light box on the wall. CT scans are becoming more available. They're machines, large and loud. Their results slower to process. Is exist, but only in select hospitals, still considered cutting edge. Blood tests are performed, but the results take longer to sometimes days, delivered by phone calls or mailed reports. There is no instant chart. New digital information is passed from hand to hand, voice to voice. Surgery carries its own rhythm. Operating rooms are bright, sterile, filled with large machines and stainless steel tools. Anesthesia is effective, but the techniques are rougher. Recoveries longer. Monitors beep steadily, tracking only the basics: heart rate, blood pressure, oxygen. Surgeons work with precision, but without the advanced tools of robotics or lasers. Every operation feels heavier, slower, more physical. Patients remain in hospitals longer, beds occupied for days, sometimes weeks, as recovery takes its time. The staff move with quiet efficiency. Nurses in crisp uniforms check charts, measure vitals, deliver medications on rolling carts. Their tools are simpler: thermometers, syringes, stethoscopes. They record numbers in neat handwriting on clipboards. Doctors carry clipboards too. Their notes handwritten, their diagnoses spoken in measured tones. Decisions are made without the endless stream of digital data. They rely on observation, on experience, on what can be seen and heard in the room. Emergencies are more fragile. Ambulances arrive with patients on stretchers, wheels clattering against linoleum as they are rushed through doors. Equipment inside the ambulance is basic oxygen tanks, simple monitors, bandages, IVs. Paramedics rely on speed, on steady hands, on quick judgment. When patients arrive, doctors and nurses respond without the digital tools of today. Intuition, habit, and teamwork shape the response. Technology exists, but it is slower. Heart monitors beep, printers rattle, machines hum loudly. Each device feels separate, standing alone. Not connected by networks, there is no central system, no instant sharing of files. Radiology films are carried by hand, placed in envelopes, delivered from one department to another. Test results are printed on paper, clipped to charts, handed off between staff. And yet, despite the slowness, the care feels more human. Doctors spend more time speaking directly, explaining with pen and paper, drawing diagrams if needed. Nurses check on patients regularly, their visits unhurried, their attention personal. Family members visit in person, bringing flowers, newspapers, and quiet company. Phones ring in hospital rooms, their cords stretching across tables, connecting voices from far away. The hospital of the 1980s is not without its flaws. Wait times are long. Treatments are limited. Mistakes are harder to catch without digital oversight. But the pace itself creates a different atmosphere, slower, quieter, sometimes frustrating, sometimes comforting. Healing is less about instant answers, more about patience, rest, and presence. As you lie in the hospital bed, the paper gown rustling softly, the sound of footsteps echoing in the hallway, you realize something. In this decade, medicine does not rush. Machines are slower. Results take longer. Healing takes time. And you wonder, could you live in a world where hospitals were simpler, where technology was limited, where every answer came only after waiting? Could you live in the 1980s, where medicine was human first and mechanical second. The 1980s are a decade where fitness begins to take on a new role in everyday life. For many, it becomes not only a personal activity, but a cultural trend, visible in living rooms, in gyms, in community centers, and even on television screens. Yet health and lifestyle in this decade remain slower, simpler, and more physical than the constant monitoring and tracking of your world today. Step into a living room on a weekday morning, the television flickers to life, not with endless streaming workouts, but with a VHS tape or an early morning aerobics program. Bright colors fill the screen. Instructors wear leotards, tights, and leg warmers. Their voices cheerful, their movements exaggerated. Music plays in the background, upbeat, repetitive, designed to match the rhythm of jumping jacks and lunges. The exercises are simple, the routines energetic. The living room becomes a small gym, rugs pushed aside, furniture shifted back. Families join in, or perhaps one person alone follows along, sweating in time with the voices on the screen. Gyms themselves begin to grow in popularity. The equipment is mechanical, heavy, made of steel and padded leather. Weightlifting benches, stationary bikes, treadmills that hum loudly. Mirrors cover the walls, reflecting rows of people lifting, stretching, running in place. There are no digital screens measuring calories burned, no watches tracking heart rates. Progress is measured in repetition, in the ache of muscles, in the steady increase of weight lifted over weeks and months. Jogging is another trend. Streets and parks fill with runners in bright tracksuits. Sweat bands around their foreheads. Portable cassette players clipped to their belts. The sound of sneakers slapping against the pavement becomes a familiar rhythm. There are no apps to measure pace, no maps to record distance. Runners simply count blocks, check watches, or rely on the feeling of their breath and their legs. The activity is personal, steady, uncomplicated. Public health campaigns begin to appear, their messages carried through posters, commercials, and classroom visits. The dangers of smoking are spoken more loudly now. Though cigarettes are still common, their advertisements still bold. Seatbelt laws are introduced gradually, encouraging drivers to buckle up. Nutrition advice shifts toward low-fat diets, with margarine and skim milk promoted as healthier options. Schools show films about hygiene, about exercise, about making better choices. The lessons are simple, sometimes too simple, but they echo through classrooms and communities. Food culture itself reflects these changes. Health food stores begin to emerge, small shops filled with vitamins, supplements, and natural remedies. Shelves display jars of wheat germ, bottles of cod liver oil, boxes of granola. The idea of organic food grows slowly, spoken of in magazines, practiced in small communities. Meanwhile, fast food chains expand across highways and cities, their golden arches glowing, their menus promising quick, cheap meals. Burgers, fries, sodas, all consumed in minutes, shaping diets with convenience. The balance between fitness and fast food defines much of the decade's health culture. Lifestyle habits vary widely. Many people still smoke daily, the habit deeply ingrained. Alcohol is common. Beer and cocktails served at parties, at dinners, at small gatherings. Yet, alongside these habits, the rise of fitness creates a contrast. Some embrace aerobics, jogging, and gyms as a way to counterbalance indulgence. Others ignore the trend, continuing routines that feel unchanged from decades before. Health becomes a choice, but not yet a constant pressure. Mental health is quieter, often hidden. Stress is managed with rest, with hobbies, with small escapes. Gardening, reading, or simply sitting outside on porches become forms of therapy. Meditation and yoga exist, but they are not yet mainstream. Silence and solitude are still accepted as normal parts of life. Community health feels stronger. Neighbors share remedies, families cook meals together, schools encourage exercise through recess and sports. Public space, parks, pools, tracks are used by many, creating a sense of shared health. Fitness is not measured individually through screens and numbers, but collectively through presence, through activity, through habit. And so, in the 1980s, fitness and lifestyle form a balance. They are not tracked, not optimized, not turned into endless data. They are lived. Exercise is sweating in front of a television, running in the cool evening air, or lifting weights in a small neighborhood gym. Health advice comes from posters, commercials, and conversations, not from algorithms. Life is not perfectly healthy, not perfectly safe, but it is steady, tangible, and human. As you set down the dumbbells, or turn off the aerobics tape, or return from a jog with sweat cooling on your skin, you wonder, could you live in a world where health was measured not by numbers on a screen, but by how you felt? Could you live in the 1980s, where public health was simpler? Fitness was a movement, and lifestyle was lived in rhythms, slower, heavier, and more human. A school day in the 1980s begins with the sound of an alarm clock ringing on a nightstand. Not a digital beep, not a phone vibrating, but a mechanical bell, sharp and insistent. A hand reaches out to press the button, and the room is quiet again. Children rise from beds with patterned sheets, pull on jeans or uniforms, lace sneakers with thick laces. Backpacks are heavier, filled with textbooks, notebooks, and folders. The morning feels slower, more physical, every detail touched and carried. The walk or ride to school is simpler. Children gather at bus stops, shuffling their feet in the cool morning air, carrying metal lunchboxes decorated with cartoon characters or pop culture icons. The bus arrives with a hiss of brakes, its yellow body scratched from years of service. Inside, the seats are covered in vinyl, cracked at the edges, sticky in the heat of summer, cold in the winter. There is chatter, laughter, sometimes silence as the bus rattles down the road, stopping again and again to pick up more students. Inside the school, the hallways echo with the slam of metal lockers. Rows stretch endlessly, each door dented, painted in dull colors, marked with stickers and scratches. Students trade books, tuck notes into slots, and carry stacks of paper to their classrooms. Bells ring loudly, signaling the start of the day, the clanging sound bouncing off the walls. Classrooms are simple, filled with wooden or plastic desks, their surfaces carved with initials or doodles. Chalkboards dominate the front, the sound of chalk scratching steady throughout the day. Teachers stand before the room, writing lessons in careful strokes, erasing with felt erasers that leave faint clouds of dust. Overhead projectors appear occasionally, their glass plates glowing, their fans humming loudly. Sheets of plastic placed carefully on their surface. The projected image flickers on the wall, slightly blurred, slightly tilted, but enough to teach the lesson. Subjects are taught through books and repetition. Mathematics is solved on paper, step by step, mistakes crossed out with pencil. English lessons are read from thick anthologies, poems, and stories underlined. Essays written by hand in lined notebooks. Science experiments take place in labs with sinks, beakers, and gas burners. Each step written down, each result sketched or noted in ink. History is told through maps that hang on the wall, globes that turn slowly on desks, and teachers' voices that move steadily through decades. Recess is the highlight of the day. Children spill out into playgrounds filled with metal slides, swings, and monkey bars. The air is filled with the sound of sneakers pounding on pavement, balls bouncing against walls, laughter echoing across the yard. Games of tag stretch across the grass, jump ropes slap against concrete, and chalk drawings cover sidewalks. The time feels short, but it is precious a release of energy before the next round of lessons. Lunch is eaten in cafeterias. Trays slide along metal rails, food served in scoops, mashed potatoes, pizza slices, cartons of milk. The smell of reheated meals mixes with the chatter of hundreds of voices. Children sit at long tables, trading parts of lunches, unwrapping sandwiches brought from home, peeling fruit, opening small bags of chips. There are no phones to distract. Conversations are direct, messy, filled with laughter, teasing, arguments, and alliances. Afternoons are quieter, fatigue setting in as lessons continue. The sound of pencils tapping against desks, pages turning, chairs scraping against the floor. Teachers assign homework written on the board in neat lists. Students copy it into planners or onto scraps of paper. There are no digital reminders, no online portals. If you forget, you face the consequences the next day. When the final bell rings, the building empties quickly. Buses wait outside. Cars line up. Children walk home in small groups. The day feels long, but structured. Each hour marked by bells. Each subject separated by hallways and chalkboards. At home, evenings are filled with homework at the kitchen table. Books spread out, pencils sharpened to fine points. Parents check in, sometimes helping, sometimes reminding children to stay focused. Afterward, there is time for television, for toys, for board games. Bedtime comes earlier, marked not by glowing screens, but by stories, by radios playing softly, by silence settling over the house. Childhood in the 1980s is not endless feeds, not glowing distractions, not constant alerts. It is heavier, slower, filled with physical objects and clear boundaries. School belongs to the day, home belongs to the evening, play belongs to recess. Each has its place, its rhythm. And as you close your notebook, tuck your pencil away, and lie in bed beneath patterned blankets, you wonder, could you live in a world where childhood was measured not by screens and notifications, but by bells, chalk, and playground laughter? Being a teenager in the 1980s means living in a world both smaller and larger than you might imagine. Smaller because communication is limited. Your circle of friends defined by who you see at school, at the mall, at the local arcade. Larger because the culture around you feels vast: music on the radio, movies in theaters, styles in magazines, all arriving slowly, yet hitting deeply, shaping how you see yourself. A school day ends, and teens spill out into the streets. Backpacks are heavy, filled with notebooks and textbooks. But the real focus is freedom. Friends gather on sidewalks, planning where to go. There are no instant texts, no group chats, no maps to guide the decision. Instead, there are voices, laughter, arguments. Someone suggests them all. Another mentions the arcade. The group moves together, walking or piling into cars that rumble with loud engines and cassette tapes blasting from stereo decks. The mall is a social stage. Bright lights, glossy floors, rows of shops with glass windows displaying clothes, shoes, and electronics. Teens wander in groups, some carrying shopping bags, others just browsing. Record stores are filled with shelves of vinyl and cassettes, their walls covered with posters of bands. Clothing shops display bold colors, oversized jackets, neon accessories. Fast food restaurants fill the food court, trays stacked with fries, burgers, and sodas. The air smells of grease, sugar, perfume, and fresh fabric, all at once. Hours pass this way, wandering, talking, laughing, sometimes buying, sometimes only watching. The arcade carries a different energy. The room glows with neon lights and the sound of machines. Coins clink into slots, screens flash with pixelated colors, and electronic music loops endlessly. Games like Pac-Man, Donkey Kong, and Galaga demand quarters and focus. Each life lost means another coin, another chance. Friends crowd around machines, cheering each other on, waiting for their turn. The space is noisy, competitive, alive, yet strangely simple. No online leaderboards, no multiplayer across continents. Just you, your score, and the glowing screen in front of you. At home, teenage life slows down. Bedrooms are decorated with posters ripped from magazines, bands, movie stars, athletes. Walls are covered in colors and faces that define identity. A stereo sits on a dresser, its speakers humming with cassette tapes. Music is shared, copied from one tape to another, passed between friends. Mixtapes are carefully crafted, songs chosen to capture moods, to say what words cannot. Each tape takes hours to create, each one a personal gift. Television adds another rhythm. Sitcoms, dramas, and music shows play at scheduled times, watched by teens sprawled across couches or floors. MTV begins to shape culture, showing not just songs but images, styles, movements. The videos become inspiration for fashion, for hair, for identity. Trends travel slowly, but once they arrive, they stay. Dating feels different in the 1980s. There are no apps, no profiles, no swipes. Meeting someone happens at school, at parties, through friends. A phone call is required, the voice trembling as you ask if they want to see a movie, if they want to meet at the mall. Sometimes a parent answers first, passing the receiver with a knowing smile. Going out means being present. A date might be at the cinema, sitting side by side in the dark, or at a diner, sharing fries and milkshakes. The moments are smaller, but they are felt more deeply because they are rare, fragile, and real. Freedom comes slowly to many teens. Work part-time jobs at grocery stores, diners, or gas stations. The money is counted carefully, earned hour by hour, spent on clothes, records, or nights out with friends. Cars are prized symbols of independence, sold, noisy, sometimes unreliable, but essential. The feeling of driving, radio blasting, windows rolled down, is not just travel, it is escape. Growing up in the 1980s means living in contrast. School and responsibility during the day, freedom and exploration in the evenings. Boredom is common, but boredom leads to invention. Friends sit on porches, talk for hours, wander neighborhoods, invent games, write notes to each other on folded paper. Life is smaller in its reach, but larger in its presence. And as you sit on the floor of a bedroom, cassette tape playing softly, posters staring down from the walls, the phone cord stretched across the bed as you talk quietly with a friend. You wonder, could you live in a world where teenage life was measured not by likes and notifications, but by coins dropped into machines, by mixtapes rewound again and again, by voices carried through static-filled phones? Could you live as a teen in the 1980s, where every moment was slower, heavier, and more deliberate? Friendship in the 1980s feels heavier, slower, and more deliberate than it does in your world today. Without constant digital connection, every bond is shaped by presence, by time spent together, by voices, by shared spaces. There are no unread messages, no scrolling conversations, no seen notifications. If you want to stay close, you show up, you call, you wait, you listen. It begins with the telephone. A receiver rests on a wall-mounted cradle or a desk, attached by a long spiraled cord. To call a friend, you dial each number, one by one, the wheel clicking softly as it spins back into place. Sometimes a parent answers first, their voice calm but curious, passing the receiver after a short pause. Conversations are direct, sometimes brief, sometimes stretching across hours. The cord pulled into hallways or wrapped around fingers as voices carry secrets, laughter, and silences. If no one is home, the phone rings into emptiness. There are no voicemails, no ways to know you tried. You hang up and try again later. Friendships grow in person. After school, groups gather in living rooms, basements, backyards, board games spread across tables, cards shuffled, dice rattling in cups. Music hums from cassette decks, posters stare down from walls. The air smells faintly of pizza or popcorn. Soda cans stacked in corners. Conversations stretch long into the night, sometimes filled with stories, sometimes with nothing at all. The presence is enough. For younger friends, bicycles carry the bond. Streets are filled with kids pedaling fast, tires skidding on asphalt, handlebars decorated with streamers. They ride to each other's houses, knock on doors, and ask simply, "Can you come out?" No schedules, no texts, just direct presence. Groups form spontaneously, games invented on sidewalks, chalk drawings sprawling across driveways. Hours pass until the streetlights flicker on and parents call from porches. Teen friendships often center around shared hangouts. The mall, the arcade, the diner. Meeting times are set in advance. 7 o'clock, outside the theater, and punctuality matters. If someone is late, friends wait, uncertain, watching cars pass, hoping they arrive. There is no way to send an update, no way to check their location. The bond is tested through patience. When they do appear, relief and joy come quickly. Laughter filling the space as if the waiting never happened. Shared music strengthens bonds. Mixtapes are exchanged. Songs, chosen with care, recorded slowly onto blank cassettes. A playlist takes hours to make, each track chosen, each pause timed. Receiving one feels personal, a piece of someone's time, a part of their world given to you. Friends listen together, rewinding favorite songs, memorizing lyrics, singing in cars with windows rolled down. The music becomes not just entertainment, but a bridge, an unspoken language between people. Even disagreements carry a different weight. Without digital arguments, without constant messaging, conflicts unfold face to face. Words are spoken, sometimes heated, sometimes quiet. Apologies are made in person, through actions, through time spent together again. Bonds heal slowly, but they heal more deeply, grounded in presence rather than quick exchanges on screens. Letters also carry friendships. Notes passed in classrooms, folded into elaborate shapes, scribbled with jokes, confessions, or simple greetings. Longer letters travel by mail, written in careful handwriting. Envelopes decorated with doodles, stamps pressed into the corner. Waiting for a letter means waiting days, sometimes weeks. The anticipation makes the arrival sweeter, the words heavier, the connection deeper. Community plays its part. Neighbors know each other. Doors are left unlocked. Children wander from one house to another. Friends are made not just at school, but on the same block, in the same park, at the same corner store. Bonds are strengthened by proximity, by repetition, by familiarity. Everyone knows where everyone else lives. Friendships are woven into geography. And at night, when the phone is hung back on its cradle, when the cassette stops spinning, when the house grows quiet, Friendships linger not in messages waiting on a screen, but in memory, in the rhythm of the day. You remember the laughter at the arcade, the long walk home together, the song shared on a tape. These memories hold weight, unbroken by digital noise, preserved in silence. Friendship in the 1980s is not constant, not instant, not infinite. It is slower, steadier, sometimes uncertain, but it is present. It requires effort, patience, and time. And because of that, it feels real, tangible, lasting. And you wonder, could you live in a world where friendships were carried not by messages and notifications, but by voices on phones, by knocks on doors, by hours spent in the same room? Could you live in the 1980s, where bonds were slower, heavier, and perhaps, in their simplicity, stronger? Money in the 1980s feels heavier than it does in your world. It exists mostly in physical form. Paper bills folded into wallets, coins clinking in pockets, checks written carefully with pens. There are no glowing balances on screens, no instant transfers from one account to another. Every transaction carries weight. Every exchange is physical, deliberate, and often slow. At the workplace, salaries arrive not through direct deposit, but through paychecks. On Friday afternoons, envelopes are handed out, each containing a slip of paper printed with your name, your hours, your earnings. You hold it in your hand, unfold it, and see the numbers typed across it. To access the money, you walk to a bank, stand in line, and hand it to a teller. The teller counts bills slowly, stacks them neatly, and slides them across the counter. The process is physical, personal, and always a little time-consuming. Banks themselves feel different. They are quiet, solemn spaces, filled with marble floors and heavy counters. Clerks shuffle papers, stamp forms, write details into ledgers. Transactions are recorded in passbooks, small booklets with lines filled in by hand or printed by machines. Balances are updated only when you visit. There is no instant awareness of your finances, no way to check your account from home. You live with a vague sense of what you have, trusting your memory, your discipline, and the weight of your wallet. Careers follow a slower rhythm too. Jobs are searched for through newspapers, through classified ads printed in long columns of small text. You circle opportunities with a pen, call phone numbers, mail resumes typed on typewriters. There is no online portal, no instant application to dozens of places. Each attempt is specific, deliberate, often requiring a physical presence. Interviews happen in person. Resumes are handed over in envelopes, and decisions take time. At work, the tools are heavier, slower. Offices are filled with typewriters, filing cabinets, telephones with cords that tangle easily. Memos are typed on paper, copied on machines that hum and smell of toner, and distributed by hand. Communication requires effort. If you need to speak with a colleague, you walk to their desk, or you call their phone and hope they answer. Projects move slower, but they are carried by steady routines and personal effort. Careers in the 1980s often feel stable, though rigid. Many workers remain in the same company for years, even decades. Promotions are earned gradually, step by step, through loyalty and persistence. The idea of climbing the ladder is real, but it is slow, steady, and shaped by time, rather than sudden leaps. Work culture values presence. Arriving on time, staying until the day ends, wearing the right clothes. Suits, ties, blouses, and polished shoes fill offices. Dress codes are strict, expectations clear. For blue-collar workers, the rhythm is physical. Factories hum with machines, sparks flying, metal clanging. Construction sites echo with hammers, drills, and shouts. Farmers rise early, their days shaped by seasons, weather, and the steady cycles of planting and harvest. Each career has its own rhythm, slower but grounded in tangible effort. Money is stretched differently, too. Credit cards exist, but they are not yet universal. Many families rely on cash for daily purchases, on checks for larger bills. Shopping trips require planning, budgeting, restraint. Bills arrive in envelopes, opened at the kitchen table, checks written carefully, stamps placed on envelopes, payments mailed back. The process is repetitive, slower, heavier. Inflation, recessions, and economic shifts affect families, but the culture of money remains disciplined. Saving requires effort, not apps. Investments are spoken of in newspapers, in conversations with bankers, not in instant graphs on screens. Retirement plans are built slowly, often tied to employers, often left untouched for decades. Work-life balance feels clearer, though not always easier. When the workday ends, the office stays behind. There are no emails waiting on phones, no late-night messages demanding attention. Home belongs to family, to rest, to personal life. Stress exists, deadlines exist, but boundaries remain stronger. The commute itself becomes the dividing line, separating one world from another. And yet, despite the slowness, money and work in the 1980s carry a kind of solidity. Every bill held in your hand feels real. Every paycheck received feels earned. Every career path, though slower, feels more stable, more grounded. The pace demands patience, but it also creates weight, a sense of presence in each decision, each exchange, each effort. As you sit at a desk, pen scratching across a resume, or stand at a bank counter waiting for the teller to count your bills, you wonder, could you live in a world where money was heavier, where work was slower, where careers unfolded not in bursts, but in steady, patient steps? Could you live in the 1980s, where every dollar, every hour, every job carried weight? Step into an office building in the 1980s. The lobby is lined with tile floors, potted plants, and payphones along the wall. Elevators open with a soft ding, and employees step inside, holding briefcases, carrying folders, adjusting ties. The workday has a rhythm here, one shaped not by emails and digital meetings, but by face-to-face conversation, paper, and the steady hum of machines. When you arrive at your floor, the first sound is the clatter of typewriters. Desks are arranged in rows or small cubicles, each one filled with papers, pens, phones, and perhaps a family photo in a wooden frame. The air smells faintly of ink, toner, and coffee. There are no glowing computer screens dominating the room. Instead, the glow comes from fluorescent lights above, steady and sharp. Communication is slower. If you need to reach a colleague, you pick up the telephone, its cord stretching across the desk. Each call feels heavier, more deliberate. If someone is not at their desk, you leave a handwritten note or wait until you see them. For larger messages, memos are typed, copied, and distributed. Copy machines hum in the background, their warm sheets of paper stacked neatly by secretaries. Mistakes are corrected with whiteout, a bottle of liquid painted carefully over letters before new ones are typed. Every word carries weight, because each correction takes time. Meetings are central. Employees gather around long tables, coffee poured into ceramic mugs, not disposable cups. Papers are spread across the table, charts and graphs drawn by hand or printed on transparencies for overhead projectors. A hum fills the room as the machine projects slides onto a wall. The images slightly crooked, slightly blurred, but functional. Presentations are slower, steadier, built on words and diagrams rather than flashing digital images. Dress codes define the culture. Men wear suits with broad shoulders, ties knotted carefully each morning. Women often wear blouses, skirts, or power suits with padded jackets. Their hair styled high, their makeup bold. Appearance matters. The clothes are heavy, sometimes uncomfortable, but they signal professionalism. Every detail contributes to the rhythm of the office. Work itself is more physical. Filing cabinets line the walls, filled with folders and documents. Secretaries maintain order, organizing schedules, typing letters, handling calls. Accountants punch numbers into calculators, their buttons clicking steadily. Managers draft reports on typewriters, reviewing each page carefully before it is passed upward. Every task leaves a physical tracer sheet of paper, a carbon copy, a folder tucked into a drawer. The office is filled not with invisible data, but with piles of documents that can be touched, stacked, or misplaced. The pace is slower, but the expectations are strict. The workday begins at 9, ends at 5, and within those hours, focus is constant. Arriving late is noticed. Leaving early is frowned upon. Productivity is measured not in notifications cleared, but in pages typed, calls completed, and meetings held. Yet, when the day ends, it truly ends. There are no emails to follow you home, no digital threads to tug at your attention after dinner. Work remains in the office, waiting for tomorrow. Corporate culture in the 1980s often feels hierarchical. Bosses occupy corner offices with large wooden desks, windows overlooking the city. Employees work below them, their paths upward slow, deliberate, marked by years of loyalty. Promotions are earned gradually, and stability is valued more than speed. The concept of lifetime employment still lingers, especially in larger companies. A job is not just a position, it is a path, one you may walk for decades. Technology is beginning to change things. Personal computers are slowly appearing on desks, their screens glowing green, their keyboards clicking. Fax machines hum and buzz, spitting out long sheets of paper with curled edges. But in 1980, these are novelties, not yet universal. The old rhythms remain stronger: pens, typewriters, paper, and voice. And so, business in the 1980s feels heavier, slower, more personal. Every deal requires handshakes. Every decision requires face-to-face meetings. Documents are signed in ink. Contracts are stored in folders. Communication is spoken or written. The workday is strict, but it is bounded. Stress exists. Ambition drives. But life outside the office is still possible. As you step out of the building at 5 o'clock, briefcase in hand, the sun lowering over the skyline, you feel the boundary clearly. The office stays behind. Home waits ahead. The two do not overlap, and you wonder, could you live in a world where business moved slower, where offices ran on paper and typewriters, where work culture demanded presence but ended cleanly with the closing of the door? The economy of the 1980s feels both familiar and distant. It is a world where consumer confidence grows, where shopping malls expand, where advertising fills every space. But money itself is still heavier, slower, and more deliberate than in your world. Every purchase requires presence. Every decision leaves a physical trace. At home, budgets are planned on paper. Families sit at kitchen tables with notebooks, calculators, and stacks of bills. Income is written in neat columns. Expenses tallied carefully. Mistakes are erased with pencil. Numbers added slowly. There are no apps to track spending. No instant graphs to show patterns. Awareness comes through effort, through the act of writing, counting, and reviewing. Saving money is common. but it looks different. Bank accounts exist, but balances are checked only when you visit the branch or receive a monthly statement in the mail. Passbooks are handed over at the counter, updated with stamps and printed numbers. Cash is tucked into envelopes, labeled for groceries, gas, or holidays. Coins are collected in jars, slowly filling, a physical sign of progress. Credit cards begin to spread, but they are not yet universal. Many families still rely on cash for daily spending. Large purchases may be paid with checks, written carefully in neat script, signed at the bottom. Credit exists, but it is slower, less immediate. Approval requires paperwork, waiting, trust. Debt is taken seriously, not yet normalized into invisible lines of digital credit. The broader economy of the decade shifts rapidly. Recessions at the start of the 1980s give way to growth, fueled by consumerism and finance. Wall Street rises in prominence, stock tickers scrolling across television screens in bold white letters. Yet, for most households, investing is distant. Something spoken of in newspapers or by bankers, not managed daily through apps. Stocks are purchased through phone calls, trades made in offices, confirmations sent by mail. The process is slower, more mysterious, more exclusive. Consumer culture grows quickly. Shopping malls become the heart of suburban life. Their wide halls filled with department stores, clothing chains, and record shops. Walking through them is not just about buying, it is about being present, about browsing, about watching trends unfold. Window displays show bold colors, neon signs, and mannequins dressed in the latest styles. Even if you do not buy, you absorb the atmosphere, carrying it home in memory. Advertising fuels desire. Commercials play between television shows, their jingles catchy, their slogans repeated until they stick in your mind. Billboards rise along highways, painted in bold letters, visible for miles. Magazines fill pages with glossy images of cars, perfumes, electronics. Each ad lingers, absorbed, slowly, studied while flipping pages. There is no skipping, no fast forwarding. Every message is received, every image considered. Trends spread through culture slowly. A new sneaker, a new toy, a new gadget, it appears first in magazines or on television, then in stores, weeks or months later. Children beg parents for the latest fad. Cabbage Patch Kids, Transformers, Rubik's Cubes. Supplies run out quickly, leaving shelves empty, families searching from store to store. The waiting becomes part of the experience, the rarity part of the appeal. For adults, consumer trends lean toward technology. VCRs become a household staple. Televisions grow larger. Cassette decks and Walkmans fill bedrooms and cars. Each purchase feels substantial. Electronics are expensive, saved for, celebrated when bought. They are not replaced quickly. They are repaired, maintained, used for years. Cars reflect the economy too. Gas prices rise and fall, shaping habits. Smaller, more efficient vehicles appear alongside larger American models. Buying a car is an event, requiring visits to dealerships, test drives, negotiations face-to-face. There is no online research, no instant comparisons. Decisions are made slowly, based on brochures, conversations, and trust. Through it all, money habits remain grounded in patience. Spending requires presence. Saving requires discipline. Debt carries weight. Consumer culture grows louder, brighter, more pervasive, but it is still slower than what you know. Every purchase feels heavier because it takes time to earn, time to save, time to spend. As you leave the mall with a paper shopping bag in hand, coins rattling in your pocket, You feel the rhythm of the 1980s economy. It is not instant, not infinite, not abstract. It is physical, deliberate, and human. And you wonder, could you live in a world where money was counted by hand, where purchases required patience, where consumer trends arrived slowly but stayed longer? Could you live in the 1980s, where the economy moved at the pace of people, not algorithms? Technology in the 1980s feels exciting but also clumsy, heavy, and far less seamless than what you know today. Gadgets are physical, loud, and often temperamental. They are not invisible helpers in your pocket, but large machines that sit in living rooms, offices, or classrooms. They are not instantly connected. Each one stands alone, designed for a single purpose, and each requires patience to use. Begin with the personal computer, still a novelty in many homes. A beige box rests on a desk, its monitor glowing green or orange letters against a black background. The keyboard clicks loudly, each key requiring firm pressure. Programs are loaded from floppy disks, thin, flexible squares that slide into drives with a faint worry sound. To use a program, you must know the right commands, typed carefully, one letter at a time. There is no sleek interface, no mouse for easy pointing and clicking. Every action feels heavier, slower, but also magical. A machine in your home, capable of calculations, games, even writing if you have the patience to learn. Televisions remain central, but they, too, are bulky, boxy, heavy. Remote controls are not yet common. Channels are changed with a dial, each click moving you forward one station. VCRs begin to spread, large machines with buttons that press down with loud clicks. A VHS tape slides in, the machine worry as it pulls the film inside. Watching a movie requires rewinding and fast-forwarding, listening to the steady hum of the tape as it spins. Nothing is instant. Every step requires waiting. In the living room, the stereo system holds pride of place. Large speakers stand tall, amplifiers glow with small red lights. Cassette decks click as tapes play. Music is physical records, stored in cardboard sleeves, cassettes lined neatly in plastic cases. Each song must be chosen by hand, each side flipped when it ends. The sound crackles, skips, or warps if dust collects, but the imperfections themselves carry a certain charm. Music feels deliberate, chosen, present. Portable technology begins to emerge. The Walkman becomes a cultural icon. Small, rectangular, with foam-padded headphones. It allows you to carry music with you, but only one cassette at a time. Batteries drained quickly, the tape must be flipped, and songs cannot be skipped. Yet for many, the experience feels revolutionary. For the first time, music becomes personal, carried into buses, sidewalks, and bedrooms. Telephones still rest firmly in homes. They are heavy, rotary or push-button cords twisting across tables and floors. Cordless phones begin to appear, but they are large, with long antennas and limited range. Calling someone requires patience, dialing each number carefully, waiting as the ringing echoes in your ear. There are no voicemails, no caller IDs. If no one answers, the call is simply missed. Messages are written on scraps of paper, taped to refrigerators, or slipped under doors. Video games grow quickly during this decade. Consoles like the Atari, the Nintendo Entertainment System, and the Sega Master System appear in living rooms. Cartridges are pushed into slots, sometimes blowing on the metal contacts to make them work. Games are simple but demanding pixelated worlds, limited lives, no save points. Each attempt requires effort, and progress is measured in hours of practice. The glow of the screen, the sound of 8-bit music, The feel of plastic controllers all become rituals. Cameras are another cherished gadget. Film rolls are loaded carefully into compartments, their strips winding through gears. Each shot must be considered, because film is limited 24 or 36 exposures per roll. After taking pictures, the film is dropped off at a photo lab, developed over days. The anticipation is part of the process. When the glossy prints return, you hold them in your hand, flipping through memories one by one, no filters, no instant shares. Other gadgets fill daily life. Calculators, bulky but reliable, carried in school bags and offices. Answering machines, still new, record messages on small cassettes, their red lights blinking when you return home. Boom boxes, large and loud, rest on shoulders, blasting music into parks and sidewalks. Each object feels physical, weighty, and tied to its own rituals. Technology in the 1980s is not invisible. It demands attention. Each device has a presence, a size, a sound. Nothing blends seamlessly into life. Every use requires patience, effort, and often troubleshooting. But because of that, every success feels real. Every call answered, every song played, every picture developed carries weight. And you wonder, could you live in a world where gadgets were heavy, imperfect, and slow? Could you live in the 1980s, where technology demanded patience, but in return gave you presence? Entertainment in the 1980s feels slower, heavier, and more deliberate than in your world. Screens exist, but they are not endless. They are scheduled, limited, and tied to specific rituals. Television shows air at set times. Movies require tickets and waiting. Media technology exists, but it is bulky, imperfect, and far from instant. Start with television. The living room is the center of the home, and the television sits at its heart. A large wooden cabinet or plastic-framed set, heavy enough to demand its own corner. When you turn it on, the screen flickers and hums, the image slowly appearing after a pause of static. Channels are limited, perhaps a handful, perhaps a dozen, depending on where you live. Each one broadcasts on its own schedule, and you learn to shape your life around it. If you want to know what will air, you consult the newspaper. Small columns list programs hour by hour. The evening news at 6, a sitcom at 8, a drama at 9. If you miss it, you miss it. There is no replay, no streaming, no recording, at least not until the arrival of the VCR. Commercials interrupt every program, their jingles bright and repetitive, sometimes more memorable than the shows themselves. You cannot skip them. They are part of the rhythm, absorbed along with the entertainment. Movies exist in a different ritual. To see the latest release, you travel to the theater. The marquee outside glows with bold letters, spelling out titles one by one. Inside, the smell of buttered popcorn fills the air, floors sticky beneath your shoes, tickets torn in half by ushers. The auditorium is dark, the screen large, the sound loud and imperfect. Strangers sit side by side, laughing together, gasping at the same scenes. When the credits roll, you leave, carrying the memory home. There is no instant replay, no scrolling back to favorite parts. The experience exists only in the moment. For those who want movies at home, the VCR becomes a revolution. A large box with heavy buttons, it allows films to be played on VHS tapes. The tapes themselves are bulky, rectangular, and fragile. Rental stores appear in towns and neighborhoods. Shelves lined with cases. You walk the aisles, reading covers, deciding what to bring home. Popular titles are often missing, already rented by others, and you must choose from what remains. Once chosen, the tape slides into the machine. Worry as it begins to play. If you want to rewatch, you must rewind listening to the steady whir of tape spinning backward. Media technology expands into sound as well. Cassette tapes fill shelves, carried in pockets, stacked in cars. Radio stations continue to dominate. DJs announcing songs, commercials filling the gaps, signals fading as cars move across regions. Walkmans make music portable, though still limited to one tape at a time. Boomboxes blast sound into parks and streets, their speakers heavy, their presence undeniable. Television itself evolves during the decade. Cable expands the number of available channels, offering movies, sports, and news around the clock. MTV launches in 1981, introducing a new form of entertainment. The music video. Suddenly, songs are not only heard but seen. Artists performing in stylized visuals that shape fashion and culture. Waiting for your favorite video becomes its own ritual. The screen glowing late into the night. Home media technology is imperfect, but it carries weight. Remote controls are rare at the beginning of the decade, still considered luxuries. Many families continue to rise from the couch to turn dials, adjusting antennas wrapped in foil to improve reception. Images are grainy, sometimes distorted, but accepted. The imperfections are part of the experience. And because of the slowness, entertainment feels more precious. A favorite show is anticipated all week, discussed the next day at school or work. A rented movie is watched carefully, knowing it must be returned. A cassette is rewound again and again, the tape wearing thin, the sound warping slightly with each play. Nothing is endless. Everything carries a cost of time, patience, and presence. As you sit in a living room, the glow of the television flickering on wallpapered walls, or in a theater seat, surrounded by strangers, you wonder, could you live in a world where media arrived slowly, where every film, every show, every song demanded patience? Could you live in the 1980s, where entertainment was heavier, scarcer, but perhaps more deeply felt? The 1980s are the decade when video games move from novelty to culture. From blinking dots on a screen to entire worlds, still simple, still pixelated, but alive in their own way. Playing in this decade is slower, heavier, and more demanding than in your world today. Progress is not saved. Games are unforgiving. Fun is physical, tied to cartridges, coins, and machines that fill rooms with their glow. Begin with the arcade, a dark room lit only by neon signs and the glow of screens. The air hums with electronic sounds, bleeps, jingles, and the steady clinking of coins dropping into metal slots. Cabinets line the walls, each one painted with bright artwork. Pac-Man chasing ghosts, Donkey Kong climbing ladders, Space Invaders descending in waves. Players crowd around the machines, hands gripping joysticks, fingers tapping buttons rapidly. Every game costs a quarter. Every life lost brings you closer to reaching into your pocket for another coin. High scores are written with initials, glowing on screens until someone beats them. Friendships form here, rivalries too, each one measured by points and persistence. Home consoles expand this world. The Atari 2600, the Nintendo Entertainment System, the Sega Master System machines that connect to televisions, transforming living rooms into small arenas of digital play. Cartridges are heavy, plastic, and temperamental. Sometimes they fail to load, requiring players to blow gently on the metal contacts before trying again. Games are inserted with a firm push, controllers plugged into the console with thick cords. Each session is deliberate. There is no scrolling library of thousands of titles. There are only the cartridges you own, stacked neatly in small piles, played again and again. The games themselves are simple but demanding. Few have save functions. Most require you to start over from the beginning every time you play. Progress is measured by endurance, how long you can last, how many levels you can push through before the final game over appears. Mistakes are punishing, but victories feel larger because of it. Beating a game requires hours, days, sometimes weeks of practice. Portable gaming begins to emerge too. Nintendo's Game & Watch devices, small handheld screens with simple controls, bring entertainment into pockets. The Game Boy arrives later in the decade, its greenish screen glowing faintly, powered by replaceable batteries. The graphics are minimal, but the magic is real suddenly. Games can travel with you, onto buses, into bedrooms, across vacations. Computer games grow in parallel. Floppy disks load simple programs into personal computers, text adventures, early simulations, puzzle games. To play, you type commands into the keyboard. Go north, open door, take key. The games respond with lines of text, guiding you through imagined worlds. Graphics exist too, but they are blocky, pixelated, slow to load. Still, the sense of exploration feels new, limitless, almost magical. Digital fun in the 1980s is not just games. It is the act of playing with the machines themselves. Programmable calculators let students tinker with numbers and symbols. Early computer clubs form in schools and communities, where kids and adults gather around glowing screens to share discoveries, swap disks, and type lines of code copied from magazines. Creating a game can be as exciting as playing one, each keystroke building something small but alive. The imperfections shape the experience. Controllers are stiff, their buttons clunky. Screens flicker, sometimes losing color. Consoles crash, requiring resets. Batteries in handhelds drain quickly, demanding spares carried in pockets. Nothing is seamless. Every play session carries risks of interruption, yet these flaws make success sweeter. Each high score, each level cleared, feels earned, carved out of persistence. And because games are slower, they become more social. Friends gather in living rooms, sitting cross-legged on carpets, controllers passed back and forth after every turn. Siblings argue over who gets the next game. Parents call from kitchens when it is time to stop. Arcades become hangouts, filled with laughter, cheers, and quiet disappointment when the last coin is spent. Gaming is not isolated. It is shared, lived in physical spaces, tied to presence and patience. As you sit cross-legged on a carpet, a controller in your hands, the glow of the television filling the room, you realize something. Fun here is not endless, not disposable, not instantly available. It is slower, heavier, bound to coins, cartridges, and chords. And you wonder, could you live in a world where digital fun was scarcer, harder, but sweeter? Could you live in the 1980s, where games did not save progress, where every victory demanded persistence, where every moment of play carried weight? The 1980s are a decade defined not just by fashion, music, or technology, but by the undercurrent of politics and society shaping daily life. The Cold War still lingers. Economic policies shift, and new cultural identities emerge. The world feels tense, uncertain, but also optimistic, filled with a sense of change carried slowly through newspapers, television, and conversations. Begin with the global stage. The Cold War remains the backdrop of the decade. The United States and the Soviet Union exist as rivals, their conflict visible not in open battles but in speeches, policies, and the quiet threat of nuclear weapons. People live with the awareness that disaster could arrive in minutes, yet daily life continues as normal. Films and television reflect these anxiety stories of spies, nuclear fears, and political tension seep into entertainment. The fear is quiet, but it lingers in the air, shaping how societies see themselves. In the United States, politics are dominated by Ronald Reagan. Elected president in 1980, his image is everywhere, on television screens, in magazines, in speeches delivered with a confident tone. Reaganomics becomes a household word, a policy of tax cuts, deregulation, and free market encouragement. For some, it brings prosperity. For others, it widens inequality. The debates fill newspapers, dinner tables, and workplaces. Economic optimism coexists with economic struggle, each depending on where you stand. Across the Atlantic, Margaret Thatcher leads Britain with a similar spirit, her policies reshaping industries and social structures. The term Thatcherism becomes part of the language, tied to privatization, free markets, and firm control. Unions protest, strikes unfold, and entire communities shift under the weight of new economic realities. The changes are slow but visible, written in headlines, lived in homes. Society itself reflects these tensions. Wealth and success become cultural symbols. Business suits with wide shoulders, shiny cars, large houses, all become aspirational images, celebrated in magazines and television shows. At the same time, poverty and inequality remain visible, shaping cities, neighborhoods, and communities. The gap grows, but so too does the conversation about it. Politics and society feel intertwined, debated not only in parliaments and congresses, but in living rooms and coffee shops. Social issues rise into the public eye. The AIDS crisis emerges, first whispered about in headlines, then spreading into broader awareness. Fear and misunderstanding surround it. Activists push for recognition, for research, for compassion. Slowly, awareness grows, though stigma remains. The decade becomes one of struggle and resilience, communities fighting for care and acknowledgement. Civil rights movements continue to, not with the same intensity as the 1960s, but with steady persistence. Women push further into workplaces, demanding equality in pay and opportunity. The concept of the working mother becomes increasingly visible, though challenges remain. Conversations about gender and roles unfold in magazines, on talk shows, in daily life. Minority communities push for recognition, their voices heard through protests, art, and culture. The decade feels transitional progress, but not completion. Internationally, the 1980s are shaped by divisions and changes. Berlin remains a city split by a wall, a physical reminder of ideological divides. Apartheid in South Africa draws global attention, protests spreading across continents. Television broadcasts bring images of protests, of leaders, of conflicts into living rooms, where they are discussed late into the evening. Despite the tensions, optimism shapes much of society. The space shuttle launches, bringing astronauts into orbit, promising a future beyond Earth. Olympic Games are celebrated, even when boycotts underline political rivalries. Music festivals, charity events like Live Aid bring millions together across nations, connected by broadcasts that feel monumental in scale. Society feels global for the first time, tied together not by the internet, but by television signals and shared experiences. And yet, in daily life, politics and society remain quieter, less overwhelming. News arrives in papers, in scheduled broadcasts, not in constant streams. You hear about world events at set times, not every hour. There is more room for silence, more space for living outside the noise of global issues. People discuss politics, but they also live lives untouched by the constant hum of updates. As you sit in a living room in 1985, watching a news broadcast about speeches, protests, or global summits. You sense the tension and the hope. The world feels dangerous, but also promising. And you wonder, could you live in a society where politics unfolded slowly, where news came in steady rhythms, where change was visible but less overwhelming? Could you live in the 1980s, where politics and society were slower, heavier, and deeply human? The 1980s are a decade lived under a shadow not always visible, not always spoken aloud, but present in headlines, in speeches, and in the quiet fear at the back of people's minds. The Cold War defines the decade, shaping politics, culture, and even daily life. It is a conflict without open battlefields, fought instead with words, with weapons that are never used, with tension that never fully disappears. The world is divided. On one side, the United States and its allies. On the other, the Soviet Union and its sphere. The division is physical, drawn most visibly through the Berlin Wall. Concrete, barbed wire, and watchtowers split a city in half. Families separated. Streets cut short. The wall is not only stone, it is a symbol, a reminder of division, of distrust, of two worlds that cannot fully meet. Everyday people feel the Cold War not through soldiers, but through broadcasts. Politicians speak in firm, rehearsed tones. Words like arms race and nuclear deterrence echo through radios and televisions. Newspapers carry headlines about summits, treaties, and crises. The language is technical, but the meaning is simple. The world holds enough weapons to destroy itself, and everyone knows it. Nuclear fear is quiet but constant. Films like The Day After or Threads attempt to show what war might look like. Their images haunting. Children practice drills in schools. Sirens wailing as they crouch beneath desks or line up in hallways. Governments distribute pamphlets about what to do in case of attack, guides that feel both serious and hopeless. Families build shelters in basements, stockpiling canned food, water, and flashlights. Few believe it would truly save them, but preparing feels better than doing nothing. The arms race moves forward relentlessly. Missiles are tested. Stockpiles grow. Acronyms like ICBM and NATO appear in newspapers. Their meanings half understood by most readers, but their weight undeniable. Television broadcasts show rockets rising into the sky, leaving trails of fire behind them. Each test is both a demonstration of strength and a reminder of fragility. Yet diplomacy exists too. Leaders meet at summits, their handshakes broadcast across the world. Reagan and Gorbachev stand together, smiling stiffly, promising peace. Agreements like the INF Treaty slowly take shape, reducing certain weapons, easing tensions. Each step feels monumental, though mistrust lingers. The Cold War is not ended by a single moment, but by a slow series of cautious moves. Beyond the superpowers, global tensions ripple outward. Proxy wars unfold in distant countries' conflicts, fueled by the larger struggle, though fought by smaller nations. Afghanistan becomes a focal point. The Soviet Union's invasion drawing condemnation. The United States supporting resistance fighters. Africa, Latin America, and Asia all feel the weight of rival ideologies. Their struggles tied to the greater contest between East and West. Pop culture reflects the fear and fascination. Movies like war games imagine computers triggering nuclear war by accident. Songs like 99 Luftballons capture the tension of misunderstandings that could spiral into catastrophe. Video games and toys echo the themes, turning the language of missiles and battles into entertainment. The fear seeps into imagination, shaping the dreams and nightmares of a generation. Yet daily life continues. People go to work, attend school, shop for groceries, and listen to music. The fear is background noise present, undeniable, but rarely spoken of in everyday conversation. Instead, it lives quietly, beneath the surface, in the knowledge that everything could change in an instant. The Cold War is not a constant crisis, but a constant possibility. By the late 1980s, cracks begin to appear. The Soviet Union weakens economically, reforms under Gorbachev bring new openness, and the Berlin Wall itself begins to feel less permanent. The decade closes with hope, but for most of the years, the shadow remains. And as you sit in a living room in 1983, the television broadcasting images of missiles, of speeches, of walls topped with guards, you feel the tension. The air is calm, but beneath it lies fear. Could you live in a world where every headline reminded you of nuclear possibility, where global tensions defined the decade, where peace itself felt fragile? Could you live in the 1980s, under the shadow of the Cold War? Politics in the 1980s are not only played out in parliaments, congresses, or international summits. They exist in homes, in workplaces, in schools, and on streets. Awareness grows slowly, carried by newspapers, by television broadcasts, by conversations at dinner tables. Unlike today, where news flows constantly. In the 1980s, political awareness arrives in rhythms, once in the morning paper, again during the evening news, and in the stories shared by neighbors and colleagues. Begin with the living room. A family sits together, the television humming as the evening broadcast begins. The anchor speaks with a calm, steady voice, reading headlines from printed sheets. Images appear, leaders shaking hands, protests unfolding, debates in parliaments. Each story is short, condensed into a few minutes. There is no scrolling for more, no endless updates. When the broadcast ends, it is over. If you missed it, you wait until tomorrow. Awareness builds slowly, piece by piece, across weeks and months. Newspapers deepen this rhythm. Folded on breakfast tables, pages filled with narrow columns of text, they bring politics into daily routines. Readers pause over coffee, studying editorials, skimming headlines, clipping articles to save or share. The experience is tactile ink smudging fingers, pages rustling, stacks of old editions piling up in corners. Political awareness feels heavier here. Every article is a commitment of time and focus, not a passing glance. Everyday politics are also shaped by conversations. At offices, colleagues debate economic policies over lunch breaks. At schools, teachers explain international events, sometimes cautiously, sometimes passionately. In neighborhoods, parents share opinions while standing at fences, children playing nearby. Awareness is carried by voice as much as by print. Opinions spread slowly, shaped not by algorithms but by direct conversation. Social movements find space within this slower rhythm. Environmental concerns rise in visibility. Acid rain, pollution, and nuclear power become subjects of debate. Posters, pamphlets, and classroom lessons spread awareness, urging people to recycle, to conserve, to question. The green movement grows gradually, fueled not by viral posts but by leaflets, protests, and dedicated activists speaking in parks and community halls. The AIDS crisis, too, brings politics into homes. At first, it is whispered, misunderstood, stigmatized. Slowly, through the work of activists and affected communities, it becomes visible. Marches, quilts, and speeches demand recognition, funding, and compassion. News segments speak of it cautiously, sometimes fearfully. Society responds unevenly, but the awareness grows, shaping culture and politics alike. everyday politics also touch families through economics. Inflation, unemployment, and new policies affect paychecks and bills. Dinner tables become places of quiet arithmetic, calculating groceries, mortgages, tuition. Parents discuss Reaganomics in the US or Thatcher's policies in the UK. Not as abstract ideas, but as realities felt in the weight of envelopes arriving in the mail. Awareness is not optional. It arrives with each bill, each paycheck, each change in routine. Protests and activism are visible, though slower to spread. News footage shows marches against nuclear weapons, demonstrations for peace, picket lines for labor rights. Signs are painted by hand, chants repeated in unison, leaflets passed out to strangers. Organizing requires calls, meetings, patience. Awareness builds through persistence, not virality. Universities become hotbeds of discussion. Students debate apartheid in South Africa, write essays on the Cold War, and organize rallies demanding divestment from companies supporting oppressive regimes. Posters cover bulletin boards, handwritten messages calling for meetings, sit-ins, or debates. Ideas spread in lecture halls, cafeterias, and dorm rooms. Their reach limited but intense. And yet, despite these currents, everyday life continues with its own rhythm. Many people remain less politically engaged, focused on work, family, and routine. Awareness exists in layers, some deeply involved, others more distant, receiving politics only through the evening broadcast. But even then, the atmosphere of the 1980s shapes their awareness. The Cold War, economic change, social issues, they seep into conversations. They linger at the edge of thought. The slowness of awareness gives it weight. News is not consumed in passing. It is absorbed, remembered, discussed. Headlines linger for days, even weeks. Events feel larger because they arrive less often. Politics are not constant noise, they are peaks that echo across time. And so, as you fold the newspaper after breakfast, or turn off the television after the evening news, you are left with silence. A silence filled with thought, with questions, with awareness that grows gradually. You wonder, could you live in a world where politics came slowly, where social issues rose steadily, where awareness was shaped not by endless feeds, but by human voices and patient conversations? Could you live in the 1980s, where everyday politics was slower, heavier, and deeply human? Culture in the 1980s unfolds slowly across galleries, bookstores, libraries, and living rooms. Art, literature, and creative expression are not instantly shared across screens, but carried in physical objects, paintings, paperbacks, vinyl records, and magazines. Each piece feels heavier, more permanent, requiring presence and patience to experience. Begin with literature. Books are stacked on shelves in libraries and bookstores, their covers bright with designs typical of the decade. Paperbacks are small, affordable, often tucked into bags or placed on nightstands. Hardcovers carry weight, their dust jackets colorful, their spines solid. Readers choose them carefully, browsing aisles, reading back covers, flipping through pages. There are no instant reviews, no scrolling ratings. Decisions are guided by instinct, by recommendations from friends, by the attention of a librarian or bookseller. The act of reading itself feels slower. A novel is opened, its pages held in hand, its words absorbed gradually. There is no glowing distraction nearby, no constant interruptions. Time stretches. The story unfolds steadily, chapter by chapter. When the book is finished, it remains, stacked neatly, its presence a reminder of the hours invested. Literature in the 1980s still holds weight, still shapes lives deeply. Magazines expand culture further. Glossy pages filled with photography, essays, and advertisements become a primary way to experience art and writing. Fashion spreads display bold styles, bright colors, sharp suits, elaborate hair. Music magazines feature interviews with bands, photographs of concerts, reviews of new albums. Literary magazines publish poems and short stories, giving young writers a voice. Each issue is collected, saved, reread. The physical object itself becomes part of the cultural record. Art galleries carry their own rhythm. The 1980s see a rise in contemporary art, bold and experimental, canvases filled with neon colors, abstract shapes, and political statements hang on white walls. Graffiti grows in cities, moving from streets into galleries, its raw energy shifting from spray-painted trains to framed works. Names like Jean-Michel Basquiat and Keith Haring bring street culture into the mainstream, their styles vibrant, their themes urgent. To see their work, you must be present, walking through galleries, standing in front of walls, absorbing the scale and color directly. Music ties into culture and art. Album covers are themselves works of design, their images iconic. Literature and art influence lyrics, while visual style shapes performance. Culture in the 1980s is not siloed but interconnected. A painting, a poem, a song all reflect the same atmosphere, the same mix of optimism, tension, and experimentation. Libraries remain vital cultural centers. Shelves stretch long, filled with novels, encyclopedias, and journals. Readers sit quietly at wooden tables, the air filled with the soft rustle of turning pages. Research requires patience walking through aisles, searching card catalogs, pulling heavy volumes from shelves. Knowledge is slower, but it feels more deliberate, more earned. Each discovery comes not from instant search results, but from hours of focus. Public television and documentaries expand access to art and literature. Programs showcase authors being interviewed, artists at work, plays recorded for television. These broadcasts feel special, rare, and are scheduled at fixed times. If you miss them, you may never see them again. The scarcity makes them meaningful, treasured in memory. Everyday culture includes smaller, quieter acts too. Journals kept by hand, poems written in notebooks, sketches made in margins. Art is practiced at home, in schools, in communities. Local galleries host exhibitions, community theaters, stage plays. Bookstores invite authors to read aloud. Culture is not only global, it is local, tangible, shared in person. And so, culture in the 1980s feels slower, heavier, more deliberate. Every book is an object, every painting a presence, every magazine a snapshot of its moment. Nothing scrolls past in seconds. Everything demands time, space, and attention. As you close a novel, the paper soft under your fingers, or stand before a bright painting in a gallery. The silence around you filled only with your own thoughts. You wonder, could you live in a world where culture moved slower, where art was heavier, where literature demanded time and patience? Could you live in the 1980s, where creativity carried weight, permanence, and presence? The 1980s breathe color, sound, and spectacle. Music, fashion, and pop culture weave together into something loud, bold, and unmistakable. Trends arrive slowly, but stay longer, each one shaping identity, conversation, and memory. There is no internet to scatter attention across endless options. Culture moves through radios, magazines, and television, carving deeper impressions as it lingers. Begin with music. The radio is the pulse of daily life, its sound filling cars, kitchens, and bedrooms. DJs speak with lively voices, announcing songs, sharing news, reading advertisements, Hits by Michael Jackson, Madonna, Prince, and Whitney Houston play on rotation, their melodies carried everywhere. When a favorite song begins, you stop, you listen. You cannot skip, you cannot rewind. The moment exists, then fades. Cassette tapes and vinyl records carry music further. Albums are bought in record stores, their covers bold with images that become iconic. A cassette is small, portable, rewound with a pencil when the tape tangles. A vinyl record is larger, heavier, demanding careful handling. Each song must be chosen by hand, each side flipped when it ends. Listening is slower, more intentional. You sit on a floor, headphones clamped over your ears, letting the music fill the room. MTV changes everything. Launched in 1981, it introduces music videos as cultural events. Songs become more than sound, they become images, fashion, performances. Michael Jackson's Thriller becomes a phenomenon, its choreography imitated worldwide. Madonna redefines style with lace gloves and layered jewelry. Prince fuses sound and image into something theatrical. For the first time, music is not just heard, it is watched. Culture becomes visual, immediate, and shared. Fashion in the 1980s is bold, exaggerated, and impossible to ignore. Colors are neon hot, pinks, electric blues, bright yellows. Patterns are loud, shapes oversized. Shoulders rise high with pads. Jeans fit tight and acid-washed. Sneakers grow into status symbols. Hair is big, sprayed high, teased into dramatic shapes. Accessories pile up. Bangles, earrings, belts, scarves. Fashion is not subtle. It is declaration. Teenagers adopt trends quickly, shaping identities through clothes and music. Subcultures form, punks with spiked hair and leather jackets, goths with black clothing and eyeliner, preppies with polos and sweaters tied neatly. Each group has its look, its soundtrack, its sense of belonging. Walking through a mall, you can spot them instantly, their presence as bold as their fashion. Pop culture expands beyond music and fashion. Movies dominate conversations. Back to the Future, The Breakfast Club, E.T., Ghostbusters. Each one becomes more than a film. It becomes a reference, a shared language. Posters line bedroom walls. Quotes are repeated at school. Action figures are sold in toy stores. Saturday mornings belong to cartoons. Afternoons to sitcom reruns. Evenings to primetime dramas. Television shapes culture in slow, steady rhythms. Sports play their part. Icons like Michael Jordan rise to global fame, their images appearing on posters, commercials, and sneakers. The Olympics become cultural milestones, watched by millions, infused with political tension, but also with spectacle. Pop culture does not separate sports, music, or film, it blends them all, creating a shared atmosphere. Advertising amplifies it. Commercials are catchy, their jingles unforgettable. Slogans like "Just do it" and "Have a Coke" and a smile embed themselves into memory. Celebrities endorse products, their faces on billboards and cereal boxes. Every piece of culture feeds another. Music inspires fashion, fashion inspires commercials, commercials fuel desire. Yet, despite the noise, everything feels slower than in your world. A song must be waited for on the radio. A fashion trend spreads through magazines, not overnight on screens. A movie must be seen in theaters, not instantly at home. Pop culture builds gradually, but it holds deeper because of it. As you stand in a crowded record store, flipping through vinyl covers, or sit in front of the television, watching MTV play your favorite video, you feel the atmosphere of the 1980s. It is louder, brighter, heavier. Every song, every outfit, every phrase feels like it matters more, because it cannot be scrolled past. And you wonder, Could you live in a world where culture was slower but stronger, where music and fashion demanded patience, where pop culture carried weight? Could you live in the 1980s, where every sound, every style, every moment of spectacle lingered longer? Beneath the bright lights of pop culture, the 1980s carry quieter but equally powerful movements, subcultures that define identity, rebellion, and belonging. These are not trends scrolling through feeds, but living communities formed in basements, clubs, and city streets. Each one has its sound, its fashion, its language, its sense of self. Begin with punk. Born in the late 1970s, it thrives in the 1980s, carried by small venues, underground shows, and independent zines. Punk is not polished. It is raw, fast, defiant. The music is loud and messy, guitars buzzing with distortion, vocals shouted more than sung. The style matches the energy: leather jackets patched with band logos, ripped jeans, spiked hair dyed in bright colors. Safety pins become accessories. Combat boots stomp across sticky club floors. Punk is not only sound or style, it is rejection. A statement against mainstream culture. A demand to live outside its rules. Goth emerges from the same energy but turns inward. Dark clothing, lace, black eyeliner, heavy boots, music slower, haunting, echoing with melancholy bands like The Cure, Bauhaus, and Susie and the Banshees create an atmosphere of shadow. Goth is not only about darkness, but about finding beauty in it. Clubs with dim lights and foggy dance floors become sanctuaries. Identity here is shaped through silence as much as through sound. Hip-hop rises powerfully during the decade. Not yet global, but already transformative. In New York, block parties bring DJs spinning vinyl records, MCs rapping over beats, graffiti artists covering walls with color. Breakdancers spin on cardboard laid over sidewalks. Hip-hop is not just music, it is culture, movement, art, survival. Fashion follows Adidas, sneakers, tracksuits, gold chains. The sound carries stories of struggle, pride, and community. Its rhythms spreading slowly from city blocks into national airwaves. Heavy metal builds its own world, louder and faster. Bands like Metallic, Iron Maiden, and Slayer play with intensity. Guitars screaming, drums pounding. Fans grow their hair long, wear denim jackets covered in patches, raise fists in unison at concerts. The concerts themselves are rituals, crowds surging, heads banging, the music vibrating through the chest. Metal is escape, rebellion, and identity forged in sound. Skateboarding culture thrives too, especially on the West Coast. Empty swimming pools and sidewalks become playgrounds. Boards slamming against concrete, wheels scraping against rails. Skaters wear loose clothing, sneakers, and graphic t-shirts. Magazines spread the culture, filled with photos of tricks, interviews, and art. It is more than a sport, it is a lifestyle, a language of independence and freedom. Subcultures often overlap. A teenager in 1985 might wear punk patches, listen to hip-hop, and skateboard after school. Boundaries are porous, but each community provides belonging. What unites them is their sense of being outside the mainstream, carving identity through music, style, and space. Counterculture also extends into activism. Environmental groups grow, protesting pollution, nuclear weapons, and deforestation. Peace movements march with signs, voices calling for disarmament. LGBTQ+ communities build spaces in cities, facing stigma but creating networks of resilience. Pride marches continue. Underground clubs provide refuge. Art and literature explore hidden identities. Counterculture is not only rebellion in sound or fashion, it is resistance in life. in survival, in claiming space. Identity in the 1980s is shaped slowly, physically. Without digital profiles, it is carried in clothes, in mixtapes, in posters pinned to bedroom walls. Belonging is visible seen in jackets, in hairstyles, in the music you carry in your Walkman. Conversations about identity happen in zines, handwritten and photocopied, passed hand to hand. They are not instant, but they feel intimate, deliberate. Subcultures also face misunderstanding. Mainstream media often portrays them as dangerous, strange, or threatening. Parents worry about punk, about goth, about metal. Politicians debate lyrics, concerts, and graffiti. Fear lingers, but so does fascination. Subcultures thrive because they are misunderstood, because they resist being absorbed. And yet, within them, people find family, friendships built in clubs, in record stores, at protests, on skate ramps, communities created by presence, by patience, by shared defiance. The 1980s give birth to identities that last far beyond the decade, shaping generations to come. As you stand in a dim club with guitars screaming, or watch a group of kids painting murals on a brick wall, or flip through a homemade zine printed on cheap paper, you feel the pulse of counterculture. It is slower, smaller, but more alive. And you wonder, could you live in a world where identity was not curated online, but lived in streets, in music, in physical presence? Could you live in the 1980s, where subcultures carried weight, defiance, and belonging? Daily life in the 1980s is not hurried by constant notifications or stretched thin by endless screens. It unfolds in slower rhythms, shaped by clocks on the wall, alarms on nightstands, and routines repeated day after day. Each activity feels heavier, more deliberate, more grounded in presence. The morning begins with sound, not the soft vibration of a phone, but the sharp ring of an alarm clock, metal bells clanging, or digital beeps echoing through the bedroom. A hand reaches out to silence it, and the day begins. Curtains are pulled open, sunlight flooding patterned wallpaper. Radios click on, music or morning news filling the room with voices. Families gather in kitchens, bowls of cereal poured, toast popping from toasters, coffee brewing slowly, newspapers rest folded on tables, their headlines studied over breakfast. Information is not infinite, it arrives in ink once a day. Children prepare for school, stuffing heavy textbooks into backpacks. Parents prepare for work, ironing shirts, polishing shoes, knotting ties. Cars warm up in driveways, exhaust rising into the cool morning air. The sounds of departure fill the neighborhood. Engines starting, doors slamming, buses braking, footsteps on sidewalks. At work, the pace is slower, more physical. Offices filled with typewriters, filing cabinets, and rotary phones. Papers stack on desks. Folders pass from one hand to another. Coffee breaks are shared with colleagues. Conversations unfolding face to face. Meetings gather people around tables. Notes scribbled on pads. There is no email, no instant messages. If you want to speak with someone, you walk to their office. You call, you wait. For those at home, routines carry their own rhythm. Homemakers manage chores without digital helpers. Laundry is done with bulky machines, clothes hung to dry or folded into drawers. Groceries are shopped for in person, carried in paper bags, unpacked into cupboards. Recipes are cooked from books, from index cards, or from memory. Afternoons are filled with cleaning, errands, or quiet moments on porches. The pace is steady, repetitive, grounding. School life follows its own schedule. Bells ring to mark each class. Lessons are written on chalkboards, copied into notebooks. Children line up in hallways. walk in groups to cafeterias, spill into playgrounds at recess. There are no tablets, no online homework portals. Everything is physical books, pencils, assignments carried in backpacks. The day feels structured, heavy with routine, yet filled with simple moments of play and presence. Evenings carry a softer rhythm. Families gather again. Sitting down at dinner tables, meals are eaten together, stories of the day shared aloud. Televisions click on afterward, their glow filling living rooms. Shows air at scheduled times, sitcoms, dramas, the nightly news. Families sit together, watching without distraction, laughing or listening in unison. When the show ends, so does the moment. There is no replay. Leisure activities vary, but remain slower, simpler. Board games spread across dining tables, dice rolling, laughter filling the air. Books are read by lamplight, magazines flipped through lazily, music plays on stereos, cassettes rewound, records flipped. Hobbies like knitting, woodworking, or gardening occupy evenings. Outside, children ride bicycles, teens gather at malls, adults visit neighbors. Presence defines leisure. Each activity requires being there, in the moment, undistracted. Nighttime routines are equally deliberate. The news plays one last time, anchors summarizing the day's events. Lights are turned off gradually, one room at a time. Bedrooms are prepared, books stacked on nightstands, alarm clocks set for the morning. Radios play softly, some tuned to music, others to late-night talk shows. Sleep arrives earlier, undisturbed by glowing screens or buzzing alerts. Daily life in the 1980s may seem ordinary, even boring. Yet, in its slowness lies its weight. Every step feels more present because it is not interrupted. Waiting for the bus, turning pages in a book, cooking without multitasking, watching television without distraction. Each moment is lived fully, shaped by patience and presence. And as you sit at a dinner table, or fold laundry in the living room, or set an alarm clock beside your bed, you wonder, could you live in a world where daily life was slower, where ordinary routines shaped each day, where presence carried more weight than speed? Could you live in the 1980s, where life was simpler, heavier, and perhaps more human? The weekend in the 1980s feels like an exhaler pause from the structured rhythm of work and school. It arrives predictably, Friday night to Sunday evening, marked not by endless errands or glowing screens, but by presence, by slower forms of leisure, by rituals that repeat from week to week. Friday nights carry their own anticipation. After a long week, families might gather around the television for scheduled shows, or rent a movie from the local video store. The trip to the rental shop becomes part of the ritual. Aisles lined with VHS tapes, shelves organized by genre, plastic cases cracked from use. You walk slowly, reading covers, negotiating with family or friends on what to choose. Sometimes the title you want is already gone, and you pick a second best option. The waiting, the compromise, the anticipation, it all becomes part of the evening. Back home, popcorn pops on the stove, lights dim, the tape slides into the VCR. The film begins, flickering across the room. Saturday mornings belong to children. Cartoons air on television in bright colors and cheerful voices from early dawn until late morning. Bowls of cereal clink with spoons as kids sit cross-legged in pajamas, eyes fixed on screens. The shows are light, fun, filled with characters that later appear as toys in bedrooms and lunchboxes. For parents, mornings may mean newspapers and coffee, a slower start to the day. Afternoons stretch into leisure. Malls become weekend destinations. Families wandering wide hallways lined with shops. Food courts buzzing with chatter, arcades glowing with sound. Parks fill with joggers, cyclists, and children playing. Sports fields host games: soccer, baseball, basketball, parents cheering from sidelines, siblings running nearby. Weekends feel local, centered around community spaces, around people gathering together. For adults, Saturday nights might mean dinners at restaurants, visits to friends, or small parties. Music plays from stereos, glasses clink, conversations stretch into the evening. Some head to concerts, clubs, or theaters, dressing in bold colors, dancing under flashing lights, listening to live bands. The night is slower than today, but it feels alive, shaped by presence, by sound, by movement. Sundays are quieter. Many attend church, gathering in pews, listening to sermons, singing hymns. For others, the day means rest at home, large family meals, or time spent outdoors. Lawns are mowed, cars washed, laundry folded. Afternoons are filled with board games, long walks, or naps on couches. The pace is calm, preparing for the week ahead. Holidays in the 1980s carry their own rituals. Christmas means decorated trees with colored lights and ornaments collected over years. Stockings hung carefully, music playing softly from cassette decks. Gifts are wrapped in shiny paper, placed beneath the tree, waited for patiently. There is no online shopping, no instant deliveries. Presents are chosen in crowded malls, carried home in bags, hidden in closets until the day arrives. Thanksgiving means kitchens filled with the smell of roasting turkeys, tables set with heavy dishes, relatives arriving with casseroles and pies. The meal is long, filled with stories, with laughter, with quiet arguments that fade into memory. There are no quick photographs shared instantly. Pictures are taken on film, developed weeks later, their colors carrying the warmth of the moment. Summer vacations often mean road trips. Cars loaded with luggage, coolers packed with sandwiches and sodas, maps folded on laps. Families drive for hours, stopping at roadside diners, motels, and gas stations. The journey is as important as the destination. Beaches, mountains, amusement parks. Trip is slower, filled with detours and discoveries along the way. Leisure in the 1980s feels more physical, more grounded. Reading books by lamplight, riding bicycles with friends, fishing at lakes, playing cards around tables. There are fewer distractions, fewer interruptions. Time is filled with presence, people, places, activities that require patience. And so, weekends and holidays in the 1980s feel heavier, more deliberate. Each activity is prepared for, anticipated, and lived fully. The slowness gives it weight. The rituals give it meaning. As you sit on a couch on a Sunday evening, the weekend drawing to a close, or unwrap a present on a Christmas morning, you wonder, could you live in a world where leisure was slower, where holidays were heavier, where weekends were measured not by notifications but by moments lived together? Could you live in the 1980s, where time off carried presence, weight, and warmth? When you look back at the 1980s, the decade feels both distant and strangely familiar. The objects, the routines, the music, the fears all belong to a world slower than yours, heavier, less connected. Yet, in that slowness lies a rhythm that shaped millions of lives, a way of living that feels almost unimaginable today. Life in the 1980s is defined by presence. Communication requires being there. Speaking on a phone attached to the wall, writing letters by hand, meeting face to face. Entertainment requires waiting, sitting down at the right time, choosing carefully from what is available. Work requires patience, persistence, and physical effort. Nothing is endless. Everything has limits. Those limits, though sometimes frustrating, also create focus. The imperfections of the decade shape its character. Technology is loud, bulky, and often unreliable. Floppy disks fail, tapes tangle, records skip. Televisions lose signal, antennas need adjusting, remotes break easily. Yet people adapt, finding ways to repair, to rewind, to start over. In the effort, there is intimacy. Each machine feels like an object with weight, a companion requiring care. Nothing disappears into invisible systems. Everything is handled, touched, lived. Fear lingers in the background too. The Cold War casts its long shadow, nuclear tension always present, if rarely discussed. Social issues rise slowly into public consciousness, environmental concerns, inequality. Each problem feels larger, heavier, because solutions come slowly, and awareness spreads in steady waves. Yet communities respond. Activists march, artists create, families adapt. Resilience becomes part of the decade's identity. At the same time, the 1980s carry optimism. Music videos fill screens with color and movement. Concerts gather thousands into shared moments of joy. Sports icons rise, inspiring new generations. Space shuttles launch into orbit, promising a future beyond Earth. Movies capture imaginations with adventures, laughter, and hope. The decade feels alive, buzzing with possibility, even amid uncertainty. Daily routines reflect this balance. Work is stricter, but home life is freer. Boundaries clearer, evenings calmer. Children play outdoors until the streetlights glow. Families eat dinner together, talking without distraction. Friends gather in person, carrying tapes, playing games, walking through malls. Boredom exists, but boredom sparks creativity. Stories are written, games invented, hours spent building, drawing, talking. Could you live there? It depends on what you value. You would lose the speed, the convenience, the instant access of your world. There would be no search engines to answer questions in seconds. No phones in pockets to connect you everywhere. No streaming libraries to play whatever you want, whenever you want. Waiting would be constant. Frustration would be common, but in exchange, you would gain weight. Each interaction would feel more real because it requires presence. Each friendship would be slower but deeper. Each purchase would be heavier but more meaningful. Entertainment would feel more precious because it is rare, fleeting, unrepeatable. The slowness would frustrate you at first, but it would also remind you of what presence feels like. Living in the 1980s means adjusting to silence. Hours without updates, days without instant responses, weeks of waiting for photographs or letters. That silence, though difficult, would open space. Space to think, to notice, to sit without distraction. Space that feels almost impossible to find today. The question is not only whether you could live there, but whether you might want to. The 1980s are imperfect, filled with flaws, with fears, with limits. Yet they are also human-defined by voices, by faces, by objects you hold in your hands. A slower world, heavier but more grounded. As you picture yourself sitting in a living room in 1985, the television glowing with a scheduled show, a cassette tape stacked neatly beside you, a phone cord stretched across the hall, you realize something. You could live in this world. It would be harder, slower, less convenient, but it would also be fuller, more present, more human. And you wonder, if you stepped back into the 1980s, would you see it as a limitation or as a kind of freedom?